Hello, y'all. How's it going? It is June 19th, and it is time for the viewer levels. As per usual, it's Friday, and it's time to do some good old-fashioned viewer levels, which is a thing I do every Friday at 6 p.m. Central Time, and today is no exception. I will say, on account of hello everyone, by the way, I hope you had a great week. Hope you're having a lovely start to your weekend. I hope you're having a 3-day weekend on account of it is today, June 19th, which means it is, I have the thing there that says it. It's Juneteenth, which is of course a state holiday in some states, a national holiday, I would say, for a lot of people. Not everyone always has it off. I only had it off like the last 2 previous years on account of switching from one company to another. And, well, I mean, I got laid off from that company, so I just have it off by default right now. But, who's counting? It's a good day, and, you know, there's no better excuse to enjoy a nice relaxing Friday than it being a holiday, in addition to having, you know, a free schedule, as it were. I hope you had a good day. I hope you had a day off, if that, you know, if that so applies. I hope if you did work, you got extra time. As Chard was saying, State Job paid me 2 days of work for starting today. That's good. That's what you want to get paid if you're having to work on a holiday, and it is one. For those who don't know, like outside the US or whatever, honestly, inside the US, I'm sure also a lot of people maybe don't know, weren't educated because our education system is a mess. I only heard about Juneteenth, like, probably in the last 10 years myself, because it just wasn't a thing when I was a kid, or at least people didn't. It's the anniversary of the emancipation, basically. The anniversary of the emancipation of the of slaves and all that. And a good day, I would say, for sure. Yes, everyone agrees. Anyway, that's all I have to say up front. Hello, how you doing? Hope you're all doing good. I see a lot of levels in the queue. I see a lot of folks in the chat. Hope you're all doing good. Again, I hope you all had a lovely week, and I hope you all are getting ready for a nice, or midway into a 3-day weekend. Hell, why stop there? I hope some of y'all have 4-day weekends. Take Monday off as well. Why not? It's always a good time. A 3-day weekend is always a good time to pop a day off and make it into a 4-day, or maybe when's this July 4th is like on a weekend. It'd also be good on the July 4th. That would also be an easy one to do get a 4-day weekend on. There's always opportunity for 4-day weekends if you're looking closely, or if you use multiple days off, I suppose at any time you can get one, or if you just have, you know, nothing going on because, ooh, things are stinky out there as far as the job market goes. Nice, you took today off, half off, and worked the next 2 days? Well, that's I suppose your schedule is more unusual, not a work week and then regular weekend situation. Hope everyone's doing well. Hope you're enjoying this. Your weekends are usually Monday and Tuesday. Gotcha. Let's begin the stream. Let's play some levels. That's what we're here to do, by the way. To play people's viewer levels that they have submitted into queue. Let me explain how this works for those who are new or who otherwise need a reminder. It is viewer levels proper. The way that this works is that whenever your level comes up, if you are here, that is to say, you are, if you are present in chat or active, etc., I will give it the, I will give your level the full time of day, which outside the lightning round means 12 minutes plus 5 last tries if that's not enough. If you are not here, I will still play the level, but I will do so in very nearly but not quite sudden death, wherein I will only have 2 tries to beat the level, refreshing at checkpoints. That is my compromise between prioritizing the folks who are here and playing more levels, which I think is fun. Revival is here. Revival is telling me to choose whichever level you want. Just be careful, because there is quite the range of difficulty. Okay. The Clutching Foot, 8-4. Bet that, yeah, that's getting into some hard territory. I do think right now, of course, we are in the first part of the stream. Now would be a great time to do some, harder levels. Apparently, we haven't done any of the World 8 levels that we've tried. We haven't finished any. Is that a sign that maybe we should scroll down and find something more in, like, the World 3 range? Let's start off with a banger. Let's start out with, that doesn't look so hard. Oh, the clear rate is pretty, let me see. Oh, it's a shell level, okay. Let's start off with something nice. What do we got there? 1 CP boot precision? Sure, let's go with boot precision. That sounds good. 12 minutes on the clock, let's go. Nice. Cool. So, I've already managed to do a good number of jumps. It does look like, yes, you need all coins. Thank you for saying. I was wondering about that. If you lose your boots, I presume you are done. Let's just... Yeah, no shit. You'll be fucked. I wonder if it's possible to, like, put off the boots. Actually, you know what? Here's the solution. You go off the ledge and then you jump out of your boot. Oh! And in so doing, you get to recover your boot once you finish landing. Ah! Is this a situation where you need to, like, for those... I want to experiment here a little bit before we proceed. Just to start figuring this stuff out. Before... Okay, so I want to, like, get through that gap real carefully so that I'm bouncing at just the right place. Here... Am I correct in that I need to, like, drop the boots? Is this a drop the boot situation? Okay, I think we need a drop boot. Well, I'm gonna continue experimenting for a bit before we start, like, committing to doing this in a full run. You know what I mean? Does that make sense? I'm assuming that you can't, like, yeah. This isn't a thing where like, you can use invulnerability or something to, yeah. Makes sense. I agree, it does make sense. How y'all doing? By the way, I will say I have a good number of cards for tonight of full of things to discuss. We will discuss a bunch. There is you know, there's stuff going on in the world. I personally have some stuff I'd like to discuss, and well, I guess everything that I want to discuss is stuff that I personally want to discuss, but you know what I mean. There's a lot of stuff, including stuff of a more personal nature that I'm going to get into later tonight, as well as stuff like topical events and games and, you know, fucking news and shit. It's been a good time. Good job, Automod. Yes, do not let that message through. Thank you. It is still Pride Month until the end of the month. Yes, it's until July. It is Pride Month. Happy Pride Month, everyone. In addition to Happy Juneteenth, it's also still Pride Month. Very, it's a good calendar month as far as calendar months go. As far as you know, the things that always happen every year. I don't know insofar as, like, the things that are currently happening in the world, but there are things to be happy about right now in ways. Month tier list when? Oh, you know October is, October and December. Those are the two S tiers. Okay, yeah. So we need to, like, drop boots in just the right spot. Your only complaint with Warp World is it doesn't tag you when it's your turn? I mean, if I put a current into chat, it should tag the current person. As far as I'm aware, it does do that. Does it not tagging y'all? I've always seen it tag people. October, you get the, you know, the spooky time stuff. In December, you get all the time off with, all the many holidays, and, that's, I don't know how I'd go through my year without December being a time of rest and relaxation. I really don't. That said, getting a lot of rest and relaxation this year, so whatever. All months are, pretty similar for me right now in current status. How about we talk about news? It's looking like this level will prove to be pretty difficult. Well, we're continuing to crack away. Let's talk about the big story. Hey, did y'all hear that? Did y'all hear that the war might be over? We lost though. Did y'all hear that the war might be finally over? Basically, there has been a lot of talk last few days as far as a final Iran agreement might be in the works. And it's like a 14-point plan that, people have been talking about, people have been sharing, and, well, frankly, it's not a good look for America. There's, like, the whole list, and basically what it amounts to, if you look closely, is like, well, we're gonna give them a lot of money, we're going to give them their money back that was frozen in accounts, we're going to be retreating militarily from the area, and, on the upside, they will never get a nuclear, they will not be working towards nuclear devices, but, we get fewer inspections than we would have under Obama's deal, which, was an order of magnitude cheaper, and didn't cost, like, a whole war to get. I'll say, you know, it is worth noting, that, this war could not continue indefinitely, has been a drain on everything, you know, for like the last... The strategic oil reserves have been depleting, and basically the president even said himself, like, yeah, if we have just... we were like 1 week away from like all our oil being out and prices like skyrocketing, as if they hadn't already skyrocketed. So, you know, basically Iran successfully outweighted America and the US, and now we are throwing in the chips and saying, okay, here's $300 billion, please forgive us. It is, by the way, like, part of it, if you're wondering, like, oh yeah, there is a bit where it says that that tolls are illegal in the canal. The canal will be open and there will be no tolls, but there will be a small fee for environmental purposes paid to Iran, to ships passing through it. So there's not a toll, but there is a fee. In other words, there is a toll. We've accepted a toll, but we've rebranded it a bit. And, you know what? Hey, it's at this point, we'll take what we can fucking get. Someone would have to have paid out the mouth for this shit, I think, no matter what happened. And, frankly, it probably should have happened a little sooner. Probably shouldn't have spent so many bombs and missiles to perpetrate this atrocity of a war. And, you know, now we all get to fucking pay the price in economy and taxes. And fuck, man. Like, 300 billion is a lot of money that, you know, fucking, if it hadn't gone to all this offense and then, you know, apologizing for the offense, maybe we could have had healthcare or, you know, you know, you name it, UBI, anything that would have been nice for American people. Instead, we got bombs dropped on enemies who are now, as a result of all the bombs dropped on them, much more entrenched than they were before the war. Like, before the war, they were like, I don't know, man. Everyone kind of in our country hates us now, and we don't have that much money. And now after the war, they have $300 billion. They have a toll booth in the Strait of Hormuz. They are, and also because they just got out of a successful war, their country people are really happy with the government as a result of our sheer ineptitude. Horrible, horrible loss on all fronts. It was a stupid, stupid war. The only ones that were successful were obviously Iran and arguably Israel. Did get what they want in pursuing this war, but also Israel has been much weakened by the war as well. But you know, they've always wanted war. They always still want war, and they will continue wanting war. I don't know. There is some potential that Iran, that like Israel might screw up the deal by blowing people up, which is what they like to do every time there's a peace deal in sight. Israel just likes to blow up Lebanese people, civilians, whatever. You know, they're down for anything, provided that it perpetuates war. But I don't know if anyone's biting. Like I said, the West is out of money, is out of oil, and we need this to end. It's over, and fuck is all I have to say about that. You know, I'll say we needed to probably pay this price. At this point, it was probably inevitable, but like, for real, this was a terrible idea. It was a terrible war, and I hope that, you know, I hope that there is no recovery from this. Like, blundering into a disastrous war and losing the disastrous war, that's like worse than Vietnam. That's like worse than Vietnam, what fucking happened over the last 4 months. At the very least, it didn't go on forever. For that, we can be grateful. It is costing us $300 billion to get out of it. You know, I feel like on some level, it's what we all expected it would take. And don't worry, it is being pitched as a grant, which just means that that Kushner gets a cut. That's what it means, is that Kushner gets to decide technically where it goes, and he's going to decide to take like probably 10% of it for himself. That's what that means. Fucked up. It's all fucked up. I'll say that much. But hey, hopefully from here, economy will pick up. Hopefully from here, shit will get better. I don't know, man. Probably not until certain politicians are impeached. Sometime in the near future, once, all his bad decisions, catch up to him in around, 5 months? 5 months. Plus 2 more for, like, actually, you know, when that shit becomes official. You know, we have 2 tries left, by the way. I guess at this point we should, make these proper runs. We should get the coin as well. Yeah. Anyway, in a way it's good news, but in more ways it's like just the end of a big disastrous period in American history that continues to go, really. And who fucking knows? Hello, Sir, is that Sir Grunting Lawnmower? How you doing? Thank you for the level. This is the last try on this one. We should try some of the less difficult levels from this super world next time, I think. Thank you anyway, Revival. That was a cool level. That was sure something. It gives you inspiration, Chard. That's nice. That's lovely. That's a good thing. I am hitting miss, and I am bringing up the next one. I do agree that those were good tries. Feel free to get back in there if you so please. Um, yeah. Next up is Rock Party. Let me hit next so that Rock Party can be alerted. I'm gonna drink a little bit of my water, and yeah. Ah. Unequally serious news, but admittedly more of a on less of a big scale. Actually, it is still a pretty big scale. Insofar as it involves one of the biggest companies in the world. Actually, I could be talking about multiple news stories with this. I could be talking about a certain very rich man, but instead, I am talking about a very big, blunderous company. I suppose all big companies are blundering in some way, even if they are successfully blundering or failure like blundering. Hey, did y'all hear those Xbox layoffs and closures have begun? Yeah, I talked about this last week, but those rumors have started to become a lot more concrete. Talks have become a lot more real, and it is just increasingly clear how bereft of courtesy, bereft of like how dark the Microsoft Xbox layoff story really is. Like, oh my god, dude. And also like how we should be thinking about Microsoft as a company going forward, insofar as like, yeah, you know, they basically a bunch of the companies, like specifically so named, include Ninja Theory, Double Fine, and what was the third one? There's like a third one that was named Ninja Theory, Double Fine, Double Fine, and what was it? Compulsion Games was the third one. Yeah, so they're like actively shutting them down. And like the wildest thing about it is that like last week, like at the not E3, at the Xbox Game Showcase, they announced a game from Ninja Theory. They announced Senua. Hello, Mary Nixo. There is a Discord. You can join it if you want. Thank you for saying you love the streams. Go ahead, join the Discord if you please. ! Discord if you are someone who is a human who can hear things. Discord! Discord with normal English characters. I don't know if it works with. I don't know what's up with those characters or where they. How do you get them to look like that? Anyway, So yeah, so basically the story was that like they just announced a game, and apparently they did that to look. They announced that game just so that they could sell the studio, just so it looked like that studio was doing stuff, and sort of build some hype in order to furnish a sale. It's wacky. It's backwards. It's like, how can you trust these companies going forward? Where they are willing to announce games that they know they're about to shit can, like, in a week's time. Like, literally days away. How can you trust them when they send their people up to go get interviewed, and those people know their company is about to get shit canned, is about to get sold, and, you know, I saw a particularly egregious case of, like, someone asking a question of like Ninja Games to like the Xbox head person, basically saying like, so does this mean that Ninja Theory is going to make new games? And the Xbox like marketing person was like, ooh, I can't say. And you know, you think that that means like, ooh, the answer is yes, but it turns out the answer is we're selling them, we're shit canning them, there's not gonna make any new games. And it's just like, what the fuck? Dude! There is a time and a place to look cute and to say, we can't say, legal's gonna have a word. And it's when you have something. It's not when you're about to shit can everyone. Microsoft, Xbox really is a shit fire. You know, it's worth noting that like a lot of these companies have been unable to produce games at a good rate. You know, things have been slow. How much of that is down to Xbox mismanaging everyone, and how much of that is down to just like development costs and times have skyrocketed in the age of 4K visuals? I don't know. What I do know is like, man, that sucks for everyone involved. It sucks for those companies who, if they find a buyer or are able to buy themselves back, that's great. If not, they might just be done. I feel especially bad for Double Fine, especially since, you know, a few years ago they put out Psychonauts 2, a fucking fantastic game everyone loved. How are they at the point of closure like 2-3 years later? I mean, they did spend those 2-3 years making a lighthouse simulator, a walking simulator, which personally I did not care for at all. I thought it was very bad and not fun, and, you know, very pretty, but, you know, not particularly good. And, Kiln, which, I don't know, man. It's creative, but, not something I personally, didn't seem to do very well. I didn't see anyone talking about it. I'm not sure if it's really out or if it's in beta. That's also a thing of, like, games these days. It's like, yeah, well, a lot of people wait until it's in out before they jump in. And if your game needs to get like a critical mass before it's out, then you might be out on the streets before too long. I can say that because I got laid off. I'm allowed to make layoff jokes. Am I allowed to make layoff jokes because I got laid off myself? Yes, I think so. It's not really a joke. It's the joke at the expense of... It's more of a pun than anything. You know, I do it in love, and also my heart goes out to anyone affected, and I'm more saying that as a criticism of the companies doing the layoffs than in defense of them, right? I do not see Rock Party, so we have 2 tries, and we're going to do the hard level that we've been doing for the last couple of months. Fat fucking chance of getting our progress in, on 2 lives. Rock Party, you know what to do. You just say the word and, you know, say the word. I had a late start there. I'll you know what, one freebie there. That one, was on a slightly late start. This one could be the one. We have 1 try left. Rock Party, do say the word, and we will refresh. Hey, imagine we get to the midpoint on this one, or the next, are there midpoints in this level? Are there checkpoints? Don't actually know if there are any. You're welcome, Revival. I'll say. That was a good run for the second of 2, but, not good enough to, not good enough. You're welcome, Revival, cheating. That's it for Rock Party's level. You know what, I'll have a drink of water before we carry on. One last just shout out to all the companies involved, those 3 in particular that have been mentioned so far, and, fuck, if I bet that like, seriously, Microsoft is giving serious thoughts to layoffs at the remaining companies that stay open. You know, I wouldn't expect Rare to get off unscathed. I wouldn't be surprised if they closed Rare, honestly, considering, like, yeah, it's been 8 years and they've done nothing but work on Sea of Thieves. Man, that's not a good look. That must... I don't know what to say about that other than, like, yeah, man, how the mighty have fallen. Hey, thanks for the sub. That's right, Chard. You can share your sub length. Every time a sub renews, you can share it again. So, like, on a monthly basis, if you stay subbed. Thank you. Oh, where did you get this image that I showed for the Iran deal? I googled, and the name of, I think, the site that it came from was in the like corner there. Is in the upper right corner, I think. I cut it so that it was more, originally it was just a really long list, and then I sort of cut and pasted into, 2 columns so as to fit on the screen better. You can take a screenshot real fast, I won't mind. I just googled it. Yeah. You good? You good? Okay, I'm taking it down now, and, yeah, let's go ahead and, I'll leave it up for a second more. I'll leave it up for a second more. You got it? Alright, alright. Let me hit dismiss, and, we'll move to the next level. Rictendo is here. Rictendo already confirmed. Excellent. Shout out to everyone involved and everyone working at Microsoft. It must be a hell of a time as they pivot to AI and pivot to laying everyone off in the most mealy-mouthed way imaginable. That new CEO, what a terrible... You know, she knows the job that she was brought in to do. She was brought in to be the Axeman, and also it seems like she does all her Axeman stuff with ChatGPT, and a degree of just like, oh, you know, we're all here for the consumer, or whatever. Rolling over to the other thing that she likes to do. We'll talk about Xbox for a minute longer. The other thing that, like, Asha Sharma seems to do is, like, immediately capitulate to, like, people on Twitter or whatever who have complaints and just go like, oh, people are complaining about the PlayStation logo in the trailers during our event. That was a mistake and we won't do it again. It's just like, what are you doing? You just immediately caving, hey, Stormtrippin', how you doing? Immediately caving to anyone who throws any amount of vitriol their way, and then turning around and doing the biggest layoffs, the biggest studio closers of beloved studios imaginable. I don't know, man. I feel like if you're the Axeman coming for Double Fine, you have bigger problems than like, oh, the big Xbox fan doesn't like when the trailers have PlayStation in it. Man, I fucking hate it when platform video conferences don't include all the platforms the game is on. It's as if they want to fool you into thinking, no, it's not on Switch 2. It's not on Switch 2 at all, or Xbox. It's only on PlayStation. And then you look later and it's like, oh, it is absolutely on Switch 2. I'm gonna get it on Switch 2, genius, yes. It's fools no one, and also it's just annoying to everyone involved. Xbox was correct in changing that. And, you know, now the people who know what they're doing, admittedly in a way, I mean, I don't know. Perhaps saying that the people at Xbox before knew what they were doing is giving them too much credit, but, you know, clearly the wheel has been grabbed and like, no, not go that way! Game Pass, no! This way! Into layoffs and closure territory. Oh, actually, a little bit farther into selling the whole division. Just get the fuck out of here. Getting the fuck out of games, I think, is what Xbox is up to right now. Let's do it. Tower of Despair. Tower of Despair. Let's find out what this is. On-offs with, one use on-offs seems to be a, major thing here, I guess. Also, it's a getting over it. It's getting over it. Where we will be going from hole to hole, very carefully, jumping. It is worth noting we cannot see what's on the other side here, so it's, gonna be difficult. That's a pretty good first, run. Kind of feels weird. Kind of feels... It's odd that I think it's impressive that I was able to get, all the way there on first go. Over that third thwomp. Again. The situation with Xbox sucks, And I don't know how long it's going to take until Xbox is just immediately is just entirely out of the games industry. But I think it's gonna be soon. And by out, all the companies that they acquired in their mad dash to make Game Pass work, all of those are going to be, like, kicked to the curb for basically doing exactly what Microsoft told them to do. That's the other thing of this, is like, yeah, when Double Fine was acquired, Microsoft basically told them, like, hey, we need a lot of little games for Game Pass. We need, like, a deluge of games for Game Pass, so just make little games. It doesn't matter if they're successful or if they sell well, just flesh out our Game Pass service with them. And they did exactly that, and now they're being punished because by the time their games came out, Game Pass was already dead and in the ground, and now it's now they get to pay the price, for management incompetence, and not just incompetence, but like changing their minds and being replaced by new management that has different ideas and different vision that does not involve developers working on games for 10 years. They don't want to make games, it turns out, if it's going to cost a lot of money and take multiple years. Fuck that, they say. Fuck these companies. And in fairness, this has been a problem for a while. Even before the new management. Like when the Hi-Fi Rush people were closed. When that happened. Just literally another case of, like, Xbox saying, like, we need studios that can turn out hits and do it big style. And it's like, okay, you just closed a studio whose last game was a hit. So what are you talking about? Do you want to acquire all your hit-making companies, like, in the middle of their hit, and then, close them down as soon as they're done putting out the hit? That doesn't make sense. That doesn't work in the long term. Absolutely maddening. I do think also part of it is the fact that I do believe that console hardware, as far as at-home hardware, under your as far as, like, non-portable hardware goes, I think that's fucking peaked. I think that you can't really get that much better than an Xbox Series X or a PlayStation 5, and there's really no point in making new systems at this point, given that. There's increasingly no incentive to upgrade, and consumer hardware is probably just generally having a bit of a moment as, like, AI takes over the market, and when that collapses, well, I'll say, like, we're not going to need brand new graphics cards for that much longer. We pretty much are good to go in, like, maybe at most a generation or two. So once Nvidia stops enjoying this current fucking gold mine, this gold rush that they have found themselves in, they might be fucked. Honestly, I think like computer hardware in, like, 10 years is gonna be fucking dirt cheap, let's admit it. It's going to be like, well, no one needs it, and the hardware from 10 years ago is all perfectly good. It's not just perfectly good, it's like, you can barely think of any new applications for it other than better AIs. And, like, will that continue indefinitely? Will that continue, like, burning money indefinitely? And if it doesn't, Nvidia's fucked. And if it does, well, then the economics of AI doesn't work. And then AI companies are fucked. Investing money into GPUs that don't go the distance. In any case, things are gonna be shit for someone. And probably everyone. I don't know. It all sucks. And, I think a lot of people I think there was some hope as they were gearing up that, like, they say they're gonna do it right. Game Pass, when it's, like, affordable, is a pretty alright service. If like, they could continue growing this out and putting together a compelling lineup every year, it would have been great, but instead, they pivoted after they spent too much money, and they started, like, killing all their shit, and shitification just comes for us all. And shitification just comes for us all. And, you know, it's hard to be optimistic about all that crap, all this, stuff going on. Depressing. It's depressing, isn't it? Anyway, that's enough talking about Xbox and Microsoft. This is a challenging level, by the way, Rictendo. I think you have, managed your goal. We have not gotten past where we were in the first, like, 100 seconds in the following 400 seconds. And, at this point, I have my doubts that we will manage to do so. We should restart. Once we get into sudden death, we should restart every now and again and cost a life. Oh, progress. Because it would suck if we got to progress and we had no time to actually pursue progress. Timeouts aside, time's outside. It's time to start over. It's time to start one over. Feel a bit deflated. The world record is 14 minutes. And 15 minutes, really. That's fun. That's cool. Wow. It's a long time. Would y'all like to talk about something fun and exciting and good and positive for a change? The clear check time is 2 minutes. Well, there's a checkpoint in that check, or otherwise someone got really, getting overed it. I think it's probably a checkpoint plus a few tries, realistically. It's impressive that you were able to do it in that little time. Okay, I'm seeing what we have to do. We gotta time that jump real damn well. We're making progress. We're making progress here. I know it doesn't feel like it. But this is what progress looks like. I say that on Juneteenth. I should, on Juneteenth during Pride Month. Video game progress, level progress. You get it. There's a distinction between those two things. I wish for progress in all its forms. Also economic progress. Yeah, progress! Oh, progress. Hey, we didn't go all the way back down. Well, this is actually not that hard to get back up from. Cool. We're getting it down. This is definitely progress. Progress in all forms is tonight's goal. Yes, I agree with that. Let's keep resetting it so that we have time once we get up there. We should be cautious. We should be careful, and also we will reset after every like 150 seconds and take a life once we get the 5 last tries. I think that would be fair, and you know, keep this from going like, you know, unduly long. Gotta always adapt a little bit every time there's like, I'll say the other way that sometimes this works is that a timeout counts for all of our lives. That really only should apply when a timeout is a good option. Honestly, I'm gonna restart there too as well. I feel like once we get up there, the POWs start in motion, and then if we don't restart, when we get back up there, the status of the POWs will be random, will be chaotic, and I think that that's just a no-go. Let's have that be the way. Every time we get up there, I think we need to take a reset, and we'll count that as a death towards 5 last tries. How about? Also, now we're close enough to the timer being up that I'm putting a hold on that. Ow, ow, ow. Talking about the fun thing. I have a good topic for y'all tonight. It hasn't all been doom and gloom in the world and, like, you know, military concessions and things of that nature this last week. There is also media. There's also, cool stuff going on. What do I have to tell y'all about that just came out? Or just finished? Well, there's a number of things that fit into one category or the other. Let me just... Yeah, let's just restart there, okay. 5 last tries, and if we get to the part where the POWs spawn, I think we do need to restart just so that the POWs will not be super chaotic next time we get up there. We need them to be predictable and not in a random pattern. So, yeah, it'll be 5 tries, but in particular, 5 really good tries. These will be 5 really good tries, where we go basically as far as we've gone. Didn't the Amazing Digital Circus have its last episode outside of theaters? What? Of course, today? I don't know what that means. The Amazing Digital Circus. I've not heard of that. I think I might have seen an image I think I might have seen someone talking about that, but I don't know what it is. It's like a TV show? It's a show on YouTube. Okay, I've not heard of that. Cool, though, I guess. Hey, you know, shout out to them. I'm sure it was a good run. How long did it go? Hello, Zach Knight. How you doing? When I think of circus, for a second I thought you meant Family Circus. From, like, cartoons. From, like, the 90s. Family Circus is, like, long done, right? Must be long done. Yeah, we're starting it over whenever we get there again. Family Circus must be long, long, long done. Like, 9 episodes that they could have done more? Oh, okay. So it's like a Fox in Space Is it like a Fox in Space situation where it took, forever every episode? And, maybe... I think I've heard that, like, YouTube original animation has been having a tough time recently. Like, as far as, like, algorithm changes and things of that nature. I've heard people say, Outlook is not good there. Why are there 2 pipes leading to this room? Look at this. There's 1 pipe, and there's actually another pipe over on the, side. Does that mean, like, we'll get... Is it a situation where we get to a checkpoint, and then an on-on triggers, an on-off triggers, and then you have to go through the room again? But this time, with, like, either more or less, light? That would be interesting. I bet that's what happened, isn't it? On-off sounds complicated, says Rictendo. Yes, well, I think I, have you pegged, and I also think that, our odds of finishing this seem, somewhat low, but we're trying our best. Hence why you only ensure that the blue block is active only. Yeah, there's some on-off stuff at the start, and presumably that activates the one that makes for a smaller light. And then on the second run, you probably get the bigger light on the second go-round. I bet that's how it works. Wrong? Wrong? I don't have you pegged? That's not what it is? Yes, I believe the on-off does indicate, does determine the range of light, but that is not the gimmick that, that this level hides, apparently, according to its creator. Okay, well, something's going on. Maybe it's just a fuck you pipe. Maybe it's just a, You go down this pipe, you end up back in the previous room. A troll situation. If that happens, like, either, you know, step away for 5 minutes until the timer, like, runs out and you die, or, just restart, I guess. A troll pipe, you know, where you have a choice of pipes and one of them is wrong. One of them returns you where you came from, or otherwise, loses progress. Or I've heard trolls are complicated to make. I bet they are. You know, it is a bit of a trick. Pick a pipe. Yeah, that's the term. We've gone 200 seconds. I think now's a good time to just sacrifice another life. I guess not all the tries are going to be good, but you know, we don't want to get to the top with no time, and we also want to play other levels soon. So let's get good. Closest thing to a troll you made was just a regular level where fish were launched at you. I've made like a hell level before, like a and I don't know if it was like specifically like in the genre of troll. It was more just a very weirdly hard level with a with like a central trick at its core that would prevent a regular player from completing it, even if they went the distance and you know, did a bunch of shit that honestly wasn't reasonable for a person to do. And really, they weren't meant to. It just was meant to look like they were meant to. It was a trick level more than anything, that one. And it was evil. It was evil. And it's gone now, because Mario Maker 1 is gone. So, no, you can't beat it. I remember at the time, I encouraged someone to beat it, you know? I was like, okay, you know, it doesn't seem like anyone's really giving this... I was inspired by, like, Dan Reichert's rivalry with Patrick Klepek, where he was trying to make a level that Patrick Klepek could not beat. Ooh, this is one of them. One of the good tries. Yeah. I was inspired by when Dan Reichert was feuding with Patrick, and I made a level that I thought Patrick could not beat. And at the time, I was kind of sad that no one really gave it a shot and like put in the time to figure out all its evil deeds. I guess if I had sat on it, I guess what I should have done is just sat on it, and then it would have been part of the 0% story, assuming no one ever figured out its secrets or the exploit. Honestly, apparently there was an exploit that actually is how it got defeated. But if that exploit wasn't there, there was a trick to it that, you know, might have been a cool part of that 0% story, assuming that it wasn't, you know... I don't know how long it would have taken to figure out if I hadn't told people, like, hey, you know, let me try to give you a hint. Let me try to let it do. You will say that Carl Sagan inspired you to make this. That makes sense, yeah. This dude plays and made? Dude made some motherfuckers, right? As well. I'm sure they all did. Panga, all those lot. Hell of a scene. You know, with a lot of people doing a lot of cool stuff. Mario Maker is really good. I like Mario Maker a lot, and all the things that it has allowed to exist. I think this is a good run. Yes, yes, yes! Come on. Oh! Progress! That was progress! That's what progress looked like. We put our Mario into the little slot there for like just a fraction of a second. We stuck it in, didn't stay in, slipped out right away, but yeah, That's what she said. Anyway, let's carry on. Been watching a lot of The Office, as you do. I've been rewatching that. We'll talk about that, like, towards the end of the stream. That's, like, one of the last topics that I have to talk about. Oh, triggered it a little bit early there by saying, that's what she said, which, of course, is, widely associated with Michael Scott, but was just something people said in general at the time. And, it's a good, right up there with phrase. It's like the precursor for those who are young. For those who are too young for, that's what she said. It's like the precursor to phrasing from Archer. I don't think people said phrasing as much as they said, that's what she said. I bet people are still saying that's what she said. Whereas phrasing, I think, probably, ran its course. You know, we're not doing phrasing anymore, I don't think. In general, let alone, AIM athlete, let alone, you know, Archer as a show. I don't think that exists either so much anymore. Archer was great, yeah. Archer, that'd be a fun show to rewatch. Is that on anything? Like, streaming service? Archer was really fun. I really enjoyed, like, everything I saw of Archer. I don't think I watched, like, the last season. I don't know, like, how it ends. If it ends. But, I don't know if it's over, honestly. But, like, I thoroughly enjoyed everything I saw of Archer. That's it for that level. Good tries, good tries. Honestly, I think we might have done in that reset fever a little bit more than 500 seconds worth. So maybe we should have just done a timeout situation rather than doing them individual like that. I'm hitting dismiss, and I am bringing up the next level from 06I. By the way, the lightning round tonight will start after we get through the next card and the anime block. So we're doing anime block in this section here. You ever watch Venture Bros? You know, I never did watch Venture Bros, no. But I can tell you a certain animated franchise that I have seen a lot of, and in fact I've seen all of it, well, excluding like shorts or whatever maybe, I don't know. But as far as mainline entries go, I've seen all of them, including... cue card. Toy Story 5. I went and saw Toy Story 5 last night. I honestly was originally thinking I wouldn't. I honestly made a card saying, like, I'll wait for Disney Plus. Then I was sitting around at home, you know, here, doing, I watched all the anime yesterday that I had, and I was looking around going, like, you know what, fuck it, let's go. I'm bored. I want to go see a movie, and, yeah, it's good. It is the new one. Yes, it just came out yesterday. I went to one of the first showings. I went to a night showing, so there weren't too many kids in the theater. I think just a couple. Not a very busy showing in general, I would say. Like 10 p.m. on a Thursday. Admittedly, Juneteenth, the Thursday before Juneteenth. So, you know, probably a lot of people had the time off. We're good. We go in order, Mathlete. We go in order. That's how we do. But yeah, Toy Story 5 was pretty fucking good. Toy Story 5, I gotta say, I think it is a good deal better than Toy Story 4. I might go so far as to say, like, yeah, it's up there in the same order of magnitude as, like, 1, 2, and 3. It is an S-tiered Pixar movie. I mean, I'll say, like, obviously, Toy Story 2 came out when I was 8. I fucking love Toy Story 2 to death. You will not see me ever say that Toy Story 5 is better than Toy Story 2. There's like a few random nitpicks that I would make that I think would take it down a scotch, but it's a hell of a good movie. And like, if there's two things I can say. One thing I think a lot of people really worried about and really miffed about is how, like, Toy Story 4, right? Toy Story 4, spoilers for Toy Story 4. Toy Story 4, it's been in trailers, like this whole undoing of the ending of Toy Story 4. So if you don't remember how Toy Story 4 ends, those trailers would have confused you. But basically, at the end of Toy Story 4, Woody splits up from the group to do his own thing. And at the start of like near the start of Toy Story 5, Woody comes back. You want to know when spoilers are over? I'm not going to go into heavy spoilers. I'm not going to go ahead and into heavy spoilers. Just basically, I just want to say one simple thing about, like, who the movie is about. Let me say this about those who see, like, oh, they brought Woody back even though his plot was over. I'll say the story is not about Woody. In fact, I'm kind of, in retrospect, kind of confused why they brought him back other than, well, marketing. Actually, I'm not confused. I know why they brought him back. But really, there was no need to bring him back. It's not his story. It's much more about... Can I just say one thing about... Can I say whose fucking movie this is? Some minor spoilers if you don't want to know whose movie this is. This is Jesse's movie. This is Jesse's movie, and she's a fantastic lead. She does a fantastic job. It's the feud between Jesse and Lily, the iPad, and in so many ways, it is kind of just like a modern take on that original Toy Story gimmick, right? Of, like, new toy, old toy, feud, except honestly, it kind of makes a little more sense this time because the new toy is so much different psychologically and, capabilities wise and, like, all that shit, right? And that's really well done. It goes in some fantastic places, and, like, Bonnie's emotional state is, like, a big part of it in so much as, like, honestly, that part kind of reminds me more of, like, Inside Out, insofar as, like, yeah, no, the story is not just about the toys, but about the girl as well, and her whole emotional thing. I don't remember 4 that much, but I feel like Bonnie was just sort of there, just sort of on a road trip and being like, yippee, here we go. I got a fork, I got a spoon, or whatever it is. I got Sporky. And, antique shop, woo. And mostly it was not about her or what she was going through or whatever the fuck, Very, very ancillary to everything, but Toy Story 5 brings it home, has a strong emotional core, and also is a bit of fun as well. Some very fun stuff, some nice adventuring, good character work. Yeah, spoilers done. Spoilers done. You could say. And honestly, like, spoiler wise, all I said is who the movie was about, and like how emotional it is. It has a strong emotional core. I'll say that again. It has fun antics and fun adventures. I'll say that again. It is a very, very, very well done Toy Story movie, and one that I would recommend people see. Part of me does grieve for Toy Story 3's perfect ending, and, like, Toy Story 3 does remain the perfect final point for the perfect finale for the franchise, but there are more stories to tell in that universe with most of those characters, and I'm glad that they, honestly, I'm glad that they made this movie with the main character that it has, with the main characters that it has. It just works really well. It's bizarre to me that they had to promote it as another Woody Buzz vehicle, which, they're in it, and they play a supporting role, but, it's good. It's good shit. Toy Story 4, highly recommended. Or 5, highly recommended. 4 looks worse and worse with the year, I feel like. Definitely a low, definitely not up to the level of 3, 4 was, but 5, basically up there. Basically as good. Basically as good as anything else Pixar has done in the last 10 years. Yeah. No, it's one of Pixar's best recently. For sure, for sure. It's a quiz! Did 06i confirm, by the way? I don't know if, oh, 06i did say hi. Good, okay. Let's do it! What is the quiz? Which one is heavier? Which one is lighter? It's a troll. Yeah, this isn't so much a quiz, is it? So much as it is just, I didn't... We should start to roll it back, roll it back. Wow, I wonder, what is this a quiz? Which one is heavier, which one is lighter? Let's go through the one where it's lighter. Oh wait, this might take a bit until it gets to the point where it actually, trolls you. We should actually see, like, what's going on with this. And, yeah. So, like, you go through the one way, you go through the other way, you get a pipe. But this pipe... we're looking for the lighter one? But wait, I can't go in there because of the wind. I don't know if this is quite a troll. This seems still like a quiz. But maybe you get to the end of the quiz, and it's all, bubkus. So yeah, it kind of looks, to my eyes, just like a straightforward quiz level, where you have to figure out which one's heavier, which one's lighter. But, maybe we go through this door, we find out, how wrong we are. I would say a coin is lighter. Not if it's on the ceiling, I suppose. That's true. That is true. I'll say, you know, I've been talking about recently wanting to do Toy Story 2, the game, and play that again. And, that was originally I was going to be doing a playthrough of that, like a couple weeks ago, if not for other plans getting in the way and coming up first, following a bunch of birthday sub-goal incentives getting met. But, quiz with some entertaining ways to guide. That's true. Damn it, you have to really go fast there, huh? But I'll say, part of me, like, with Toy Story 3 and 4, waited until, I didn't see 3 and 4 in the theater, so, like, wrong way. Like, part of me would have been okay not seeing 5 in the theater, even though, like, Toy Story is a big franchise for me. It's very important to me. I love the original 2 movies, and, well, honestly, 2 more than 1, and I would say 3 more than 1 as well. So I'd go 2, 3... You know what? I might say 4 over 1. I might say... Or sorry, 5 over 1. I might say 2, 3, 5, 1, 4 as far as Toy Story rankings go. I'll say, like, if I was playing Toy Story 2, and I didn't go and see the new movie, that might be a little bit silly, honestly. That might be a little bit of a silly thing to do. To not, go see new movie immediately, considering that, you know, it is a thing that I like to watch, but time is always of the essence. Is often of the essence. Right now, it's not that much of essence, so I was just like, yeah, you know what? Let's go. Bored anyway, so that'll be a nice thing, and it was a nice thing. I should watch more movies, although I should really watch more movies on streaming rather than watching more movies in theater where it costs like 20 bucks or whatever, you know, 15 bucks, and you have to go somewhere, and you know, I'm just realizing my initial idea when talking about Toy Story 4 gonna take this to mean that Mushroom is right. Yes, it is. Wait, what? Huh? My initial idea for talking about Toy Story 4 was to go like, I was totally planning on going like, okay, I saw Toy Story 4, or Toy Story 5. My initial plan was to come here and go like, okay guys, I just saw Toy Story 5, here's what I thought. The theater was a little bit hot, a little bit muggy. It was poorly air-conditioned. Didn't like that very much, honestly. Was kind of disappointed by that. The recliners were fine, though with the heat, it was a little bit, you know, it was a little bit uncomfortable, unfortunately, but, what are you gonna do? Quite a shape those Oh, that is true. That is a shape. It's a coincidence, really. Hey, we got a checkpoint. Now what? Where are we jumping? On is what the thing says. That N is backwards. My theater experience was pretty crap, honestly. You know, they spend all that time at the start of the movie going like, laser at AMC. And then it's like hot in there, you look at the screen and the screen definitely has a little bit of a texture to it, where it's, you know, isn't just like the clearest picture possible. There's like a big black dot or something in the middle of it, either a dead pixel or like, I don't know what the fuck. Maybe it's just like a little fly that died there or something. I think maybe we're not supposed to be here. Now that we are here. Unclear. What we're supposed to do here. Oh, I can jump down the pit. I can drop down the pit. Yes. Yes. Can I make it all the way to the other side there? I don't know. I don't really love the movie-going experience. I'd rather see it in my home. It was sad that, Oh! Oh, if I hit the on-off and then go back into the pipe... No, other way, other way. There was a block on the other side of the pipe that, we can now go into with that. And, yeah, okay. I don't know which one is lighter here. Alright. Uh-oh. Well, it's not that motherfucker. Well, that's a bait and switch. If only there was a way to not hit that, you could, you know, you could, get through. Yeah, that one, no risk. It's unexplained if you don't go left. What happened there? It's unexplained. I'm gonna go with the big muncher. Come on. Come on. Yes, of course. Clearly something, Muncher or Muncher? Which one is heavier? There's like flowers on this side behind this Muncher. So I'm gonna go with the other Muncher. And then I'm going to not go through the door and see my death. Instead, I'm going to die like in the little crevice there. Cool. Okay, Mushroom is lighter than Muncher. Muncher is lighter than nothing. And then Muncher with flowers is lighter than, Wait, no, it was a, either way. So is anything right? I think there might be a way through that, honestly. That might be not the most incorrect answer I've ever seen. I think there might be a way to get a good running start there and get into that little spot. I just have to hit it from a good position. What about over here? Fun over on this side. They both lead to the same place. There's nothing over here but a pit to die in. Get that 10 coin. Wait, what? Huh? Wait, what? I walked away, and the P flipped upside down, and now I can't get it activated anymore. Got it this time, I think. I think we've seen every troll this level has to throw at us. So let's finish this. Yeah, that's Toy Story Talk. Hope you enjoyed Toy Story Talk. Damn good movie. They should have, honestly, they should have talked more about what it actually was. And not just the marketing angle. Hit that thing, and now it's gone. Actually, I can just wait. I can just wait for the P-switch to run out. And then it's, wait, no, POW makes that thing disappear. But it doesn't matter either way, I can get to the ending. Should have made it so that I wonder if there would be a way to, like, seal that exit up as the piece finished up. In any case, we finished it. Yay. Just in time. Next up is Chard, who has been chatting. Chard thought that moment there was an amazing moment. That's great. Meanwhile, let's get into, it's like 7:22. I'll say at this rate, we are currently in no particular hurry, so we're gonna take our time with this, but we got some anime to talk about. It is time for a pretty early anime block. Usually I would have these in the lightning round, but today there's just 2 sets of 3 cards. There's basically just 4 shows to talk about, plus an extra one that I'll throw in just because it's not ending, but it is going on hiatus for 2 months, so let's just touch on it real quick. We'll basically be pulling 3 anime cards in between some of the levels upcoming, and talk about them in turn. And I think that'll be good. I think that'll be fun, and yeah, let's do it after the next level. And then we'll start the lightning round after we get through all the anime cards, and it'll be nice and quick. I'll say, like I said, just 4 anime finished up this week. Next week, I believe there are a lot more ending. Next week is going to be a lot more heavy on anime talk. I will say, right here, right now, I think there are like 2-3 shows finishing next Friday. I will not be prioritizing finishing them next week, though. Instead, I think next Friday, I need to go to the Six Flags and go ride on the new roller coaster that's opening up on Friday. So, you know, when I get to... I'll say, next Friday stream might be late. Might be later than usual on account of I'll be coming home from a little bit of a theme park day. And, I don't know, maybe I'll just ride the new ride a couple times and then come on home and not worry so much about, you know, just otherwise take it easy. But we'll see how that all works out next week. I'll probably have photos of the new ride and want to show them, and that might take a minute to set up. It's Thwomp Slide time. Let's do it. Actually, this is the kind of level where it's going to take the full 12, isn't it? Maybe don't do a full shave, do a trim. I don't understand the context. Not a matter of did I say something about it's about photos, not a full shave, not a trim. Does that connect to Six Flags or anime in some way? In context, is that a metaphor for just you know, do what you can? Maybe don't throw too much into the prep. You had mentioned that you had enough time for a shave. Ah, gotcha. Okay, yeah. Right, you were saying that before this level started. Okay. We played this level like a handful of times. It is very difficult, but we've gotten a good ways into it. We'll see what we can do this time. How long is this level, by the way, Chard? This level has not been, what was the clear check time, Chard? Any, remind me. You know, I'll say, like, when I start Anime Talk, part of me is like, okay, let's do a quick level, then go right back into Anime Talk after the level, which is why we usually do them during the lightning rounds. But, now we have, like, a 10-minute interim before we actually talk more anime. And I have all the images that I usually like to go through, and, can't just do those in the middle of the 10-minute timer. Yep, see Daisy. We have to depower down here before we go into the door. At which point... Ooh, that was close. Once we flub this, it's over. By the way, there's no, I don't think there's any recovering. Your check time was a minute? Okay. So, we must be pretty far in. We must be, like, at least halfway. There's some particular parts that are giving us trouble. With any luck, we get past those parts. We'll be, I think just 2 rooms you haven't made it to? Okay. I mean, like, this is the red coin room, so there's not going to be any more red coins, obviously, so how much precision can the level demand of us if not red coins are involved? Maybe in that case, the key is not to jump from the side of the thwomp to the thwomp top. Hey, Moyako. Maybe the key is to instead jump to the spring. I'll say, by the way, you know, we'll talk about the specific anime that are ending or going on hiatus, like, pretty soon here. But, there was one show this week that I feel, you know, hit its I say like it hit its penultimate episode this week, and, really had an interesting lore reveal. Did y'all see 06i? Did you see that, did you see the, Dr. Stone episode this week? That was a interesting reveal. That was, made sense, kind of. I don't mind it so much. I wonder if anyone saw that was just like, oh, that's, I don't know if anyone was unsatisfied by that, but, I was reasonably okay with the reveal. You're an episode or 2 behind. It's about to end. It's about to end, yeah. Dr. Stone is, 1 episode away from being fully over. You know, the mystery has been basically revealed in its penultimate episode, and, I guess the last episode will be, like, final wrap-up. Fire Force is cool, too. Another show that just ended very recently. Yeah, Dr. Stone is over. There's just one episode left. With how things have gone, there's really just no more tech tree to advance up. No more tech tree to go up at this point. I don't think Y-Man could have been any better, says 06i. Yeah, I'm pretty satisfied by that. It was well done. And, you know, I cannot think of... I think you're right. I can't think of anything else that it could have been that would have been, you know, foreshadowed at all. Wouldn't have been just like a fucking ass pull, you know? Just like, okay. You're right, this whole scenario is bizarre. I guess as soon as they started revealing things about the Y-Man and where the signal originated from, like, that excluded some real possibilities that, you know, that definitely excluded some possibilities that narrowed it down to just this as the thing it could be. Yeah, I was happy too. I'm really curious. I say I'm really curious. If I was really curious, I would have looked up and checked comment threads and, you know, gone to like the anime websites that have comments on them and checked the comments, checked the threads, etc. and saw what people were saying. I liked it. And I don't know like anything else that could have made more sense, so, you know, yeah. There'll probably be an OVA for the epilogue. Oh, you think? That makes sense, yeah. Like My Hero did. I didn't know that, but it makes sense, yeah. I'll say I never know, like, objectively how much stuff is left. Or, like, if there is extra content. I don't really keep tabs on that. That's why I was surprised when the final season of Golden Kamuy ended, and then they were like, the final season, part 2! Train arc is coming up. And I said, you literally called the last season the final season. Not the final season, part 1, just the last season. Real, you know, Spider-Man, what was that Spider-Man movie that the last Spider-Man Into the Spider-Verse movie where it was secretly a part 1 and still no part 2? Still no conclusion to that fucking story. Are they gonna put out that fucking, speaking of animated movies, are they gonna put out that fucking, where the fuck is Spider-Man Into the Spider-Verse? Fucking A New Day hit first. As well as like 3 other live-action Spider-Man movies. Ridiculous. Fullmetal Alchemist has some short 1-episodes, OVAs, that are not well known. Yeah, I forget if you're talking about the original, right? Isn't there like one where they go to a neighboring city where it's like a top or something? I forget if that's like an OVA or if that's... I forget which one of that's an OVA to. I think that's a Brotherhood OVA. At some point I should rewatch the original FMA. Not Brotherhood, but I don't know. Every time I'm up for that, it's like, well, I'm probably also just up for rewatching Brotherhood, which is the masterpiece of the two of them. Is the best one, you know? Brotherhood is so good. Rip. You plan to rewatch the regular soon? Yeah, it was a good time for it. I mean, I'll say, like, I watched the original ones, you know, with the dub, so I'm grandfathered in on the dub. It won't take that much time to watch it as a result. I can watch it while working on, you know, personal stuff. I can spend it while, doing productive work. Because it will have English, and I can just listen as I do stuff or play video games. That should be something I very much consider. Fuck. Good try. Anything else going on in anime right now? Any other shows that are on the verge of wrap-up to mention? There's ones that are continuing, I guess, like, is Akane done? Is Akane Banashi done tomorrow? Or sometime soon? Or is that, I forget if that's a 12 episode or a 24 or whatever. I can look. I can look at Annie list and see. Where's the Annie list? Let me see. Kane Banashi does end tomorrow. Demons of the Shadow Realm continues on for a whole nother season. Agents of the Four Seasons continues on another 12 episodes. Mistress Kanan ends tomorrow. Mankatsu Garashi ends tomorrow. Nippon Sengoku ends on Sunday. Farming Life and Witch Hat Atelier end on Monday. Klutzy, Class Modern, Girl with the Shirt Skirt, also Monday. Marriage Toxin is there's 2 episodes left there. I Made Friends with Sec Pretty. Sec Pretty ends next Tuesday. Classroom of the Elite, Rent a Girlfriend, Gals Can't Be Kind for Otaku, Dr. Stone, Warrior Princess. A lot is ending next week. A lot is ending next week. Those are all the shows that we will talk about next week. A good smattering of them. And there's a couple that don't have, on any list at least, don't have listed episode counts, so they might end as well. In which case, add a few more, I guess. In theory, maybe. Question mark. Who knows? It's whatever happens, it's cool. Whatever happens, you know, whichever ones end, I'm happy with it. Looking forward to seeing all of those conclude, giving final opinions and putting numbers on them. I'm also, you know, looking forward to next season, which we looked at last time, and 100 Girlfriends is back. Handful of other shows. I don't remember anything other than 100 Girlfriends. What else was there? There were a bunch that we saw last week and went, ooh. At least a bunch I saw it last week and went, ooh. And I have completely forgotten them all. And I look forward to getting back in there and seeing what's what. And, you know, I'm sure there's probably going to be a couple of unknown entities that turn out to be some of my favorites of that season. There always are. I like it when there's new stuff to watch, and who knows, you know? There could be the show of the season. You know, there could be the show of the year. Next, like 2 weeks' time, you know? 5 tries, and then we're done with the level. And then we're moving on. There's the first. And then we'll do anime talk, and then we'll have 3 more after that, and I'll say currently... And then we'll start the lightning round after the anime talk is all nice and over. I am screwing up here. I got a lot to say. I got a lot of stuff other than the anime to talk about. Full slate of cards. And, no, I think that's, I think it's gonna be a good night full of cool things to say and talk about, etc. Yes! Can sub-incentive work outside of lightning round? You wanna do a refresh right now? It could, yeah. You can absolutely refresh right now, Chard. You want us to refresh right now? Oh, we're getting a subscribers can refresh our, lives at any point, and that includes during the last tries. What's the clear rate of this level, by the way? Let's check, because we should know if we get bonus heads. I think I would 0%. Okay, let's get the bonus helmets in there. This I haven't explained any of this yet this stream because the lightning round has not started. I will do. Well, I'll say the refreshing is a thing that subs can do, and the bonus heads and the helmets have to do with lightning round rules. Right, you gotta get going. Gotcha. You're not sure how late you can stay up because of work stuff. I understand. It's hard out there to have an early morning shift, is what it is. So I'm glad you came by, glad you watched. The VOD will always be there. if you want to, you know, drop it and give me drop the code in as you are going to bed and give me a couple more attempts. Wouldn't mind that. Never mind that. I never mind that sort of thing. You do what you need to do and, you know, take it easy. Concentrate. Let's concentrate. The fling. There. Gets me every time. Gets me half the time. That time I tried jumping from the top, which flung me as well. Also flung me. You have another hour, but you might submit, but it might not come up. Yeah, it's true. We will be getting to the lightning round, I imagine, by that time, so you know the queue will start going faster. But there are 8 others in the queue right now. Won't be super duper fast. I need to breathe and relax and just do this part properly. There we go. Ah! I feel like I got this part down with the red coins and stuff. I've gotten pretty consistent at it, excluding what just happened. The last bit is just, yeah. Maybe you'll find a fun level to throw into the lightning round. Yeah, you do whatever you want. You can, you know, give me more of this, or give me a break. I mean, I'll say, for every break, for all the time you don't submit a level like this, for all the not submitting of this level you do, the more rusty I will get on it, so consider that. But whatever. Okay, thank you, Chard, for the level. I'm hitting dismiss. That was a toughie. That was a tough level. And let me get that one down and get the next one up by DS Destroyer. DS Destroyer, go ahead and confirm. DS Destroyer. I don't think I've seen DS Destroyer for a minute, so you are up, you are up. Go ahead and confirm to confirm. But before we get into this level, I'll say you have a minute, considering that before we get into this level, it's time for a 3-pull. It's time for me to talk about 3 anime real fast. Those 3 being, I finished the Food Diary of Miss Maid. Finished the half season of ReZero. It's going on a 2-month hiatus, so you know it's not done yet, but and such. But I can at least say hey. And I also finished Go For It, Nakamura-kun. Just realizing I didn't put the anime back on my docket thing, but don't worry, I got it right here. Food Diary of Miss Maid is a very cute little show where the premise is that a maid moves to Japan and enjoys a quiet life for a year while her butler mansion that she works in England is like being repaired. It's a very cute. It's a little bit of a slight show. There's not that much to it. Basically, it's just a cute maid being very cute, endearing, and earnest, running around and enjoying some light shenanigans and eating cool food. And whenever she eats, she really enjoys it. And a little chibi owl will appear and go like, I got some food facts for you about this Japanese treat. And it's mildly interesting and quite nice. I really enjoyed it. And it's a mellow good time. Lovely. 5 out of 5 is what I land at it on. ReZero isn't done yet. Like I said, it's not actually over. It's just going on a 2-month break. It's been a hell of a half season. Let me say, I've had a great time with ReZero Season 4 so far. They've done amazing stuff with the whole premise of this arc, with the new characters that have showed up and have been fun and interesting and cool, and also unexplained as far as like, what the fuck's going on here. The mystery has been properly set up. The deaths and loops have been nice and cool, and it has had its fair share of big emotional moments for all of our favorite characters, which has been, ooh, really good. ReZero has always been one of the best isekai out there, and this season I think has been one of the best ones since the original first season. If it ends really well and lands the ending, sticks the landing, I think it's going to be a goddamn good time. Though, didn't this season start off with a whole thing where they were in a milk bar? Or like that was the teaser of them in a milk bar or something in some weird outfits? I guess that wasn't quite what happened. Instead it was, like the synopsis said, a desert scenario. I guess that was right outside the desert level, that saloon situation, whatever that was in the teaser. Damn good season, really enjoying it. Finally, of this batch, I will say, go for it, Nakamura-kun is a good show that is fine. It's pretty good. It's about a shy and gay dude who is crushing on his cute classmates, and in a lot of ways, it kind of feels like it reminds me a lot of like those shows that are like remakes of old shows, you know, like Ranma or what was the one with Lum? What was that one called? Like that one. Reminds me a lot of those. Has like some kind of old has like some shenanigans and some vibes that are very similar to like an old style of goofy show, but is relatively new, is a new piece of media. You know, it wasn't like written, like the original manga isn't from like 30 years ago. It just sort of feels a little bit old-fashioned and spends a lot of time in like the head and the anxieties of the main characters, which makes sense because, you know, it's sort of a thing where it's like, it's kind of hard for him to go up and say, hey dude, are you interested in this sort of thing? You know, he would really just settle for being, you know, it's hard enough to become friends with the dude, let alone say like, explain to the dude that he's shy and gay and interested in going farther than just being friends. But as a result, it's pretty slow-moving romance. It's a little awkward at times insofar as like the main character is like constantly stressing over the whole situation, and I don't know that I love it, but I will say it's pretty good. It's a bit of fun, and I give it a 4 out of 5. It's pretty good. That's where I landed on that one. And let me just advance that, and there we go. DS Destroyer did not confirm while I was going through those anime, and as a result, we'll be doing it in sudden death, it looks like, bearing him saying, or them saying at any time that they are here. DS Destroyer, you still have a minute to say, you still have time. You come in before these lives are spent, and wait, what? 2 HY CFC NNF. It didn't work. This is the code that we got. Okay, DS Destroyer, your code didn't work. We can go on to the next one then. Okay, I'm bouncing. Bearing a correction, I'm moving to the next one, who is Koho Hee Hee. Koho Hee Hee, go ahead and confirm. Now is the time for you. DS Destroyer, you're going to have to replace your code. You're going to have to correct your code. And you have until the next, until this one's done to do it. So, if it's not corrected by the next time, I will, boot it, and, I will just take it out of the queue, and, that'll be that. But, hopefully, we won't come to that. Kohee, go ahead and, Kohee, go ahead and confirm. SMM2 XLG. What? Okay, it's 2 codes in a row that are wrong? How's that then? Is any code working? Let me try the one that was just submitted in chat. Let me just try. Maybe there's something wrong with the servers. Maybe nothing is working right now. Let me just see if this one works real fast, because that's weird. That's working. Adrian's code is working. Ko-hee-hee, can you check yours? I don't think I typed this wrong, did I? Let me check again. XLG 25N 9TM XLG. Ko-hee-hee, you should check your code too. That's okay, Ko-hee-hee. You also are on a limited time. How about, yeah, 2 in a row is crazy. What about Sir Grunting Lawnmower? Can we get Sir Grunting Lawnmower's code? Sir Grunting Lawnmower, now it's your turn. Do confirm. The other two, you other two, if you don't correct it, I will have to take you out. And, that'll be that, but, yeah. Hey, he says, good luck, sir. Excellent. Good. Very nice. Let's see this work. It did work. Frog, pow frog. Emergency protocol. No swim, just run. No swim, just run. Okay. And we have 12 minutes. Let's do it. Excellent. Excellent. We have more anime talk to come, by the way, but, we will, that'll be after, this level. Oh, we gotta go through the pipe. We can't just start running. Pow! Frog! Running level. It seems to me like this might be a level where you just run at full speed, and so long as you're doing that, and, going back the other way every time, you'll be in good shape. We might be able to first try it at this rate. Blech! Not quite. I think that was going really well, though. And the level is only like 80 seconds long at tops, at max, so I think we'll be able to do it pretty easy like. Let's do it! I think also the first time I sort of like delayed a little bit, so the timing might not have been quite correct. Timing might have been a little bit off, so this time it should be bang on. Okay, that's not what you're supposed to do there. It's not a problem with the timing. It's just I need to execute a bit better. Yeah. I've said before. You know what? Let me just hold that thought and just try to execute right here. It's important we get this right and we don't fuck up. The stakes are very high. Oh yeah, you just go down there. No, no, running, right, running. I agree, we can do this. We got this. Just run and don't doubt yourself. We just need to run and to not doubt ourselves. Those are the two things we need to do. And hey, we're making progress. Again, this is what progress looks like. And this is good progress, too. This isn't the kind of progress where it's like, 5 minutes in, a couple jumps in. No, this is like most of the way through the level after like a handful of tries. Oh, fuck. How tight is timer? Well, the world record is just above a minute. And I would say that there's like 15 seconds of leeway based on that. So not especially tight. I mean, with the way this level is set up, you're not going to take more or less time. So the timer shouldn't be an issue. You can't really speed it up. I don't think. It takes the time that it takes to go left and right the required amount of times. Though, do keep an eye on the timer, because that's a good shorthand for, like, how much time is left. It's also an auto-scroller, so literally, we cannot get to the end before the end gets to us. There's, many factors involved in this. I will say, I think that the frog suit is one of the most underused... one of the most underused costumes in the game, and I think the running on water property of it is one of the most underused aspects of a power-up in the game, so it's cool to see this level that really uses that Jesus aspect really well. You don't see the Jesus aspect being that often, no. We got this time, or at least within the next 7 minutes of tries. I took my eyes off the prize for a second there to look at the timer. I shouldn't have done that. Yeah, I would say we have at least 15 seconds of wiggle room. So, we can take up to 10 seconds to get into that first pipe. Well, it depends on what's at the end, I guess. May call it a night. Good night, Chard. You have a good one. The VOD will always be here if you want to watch that later. But, you know, you do what you gotta do. Okay. What is the deal there? Let's stop and look at that real fast. So here, we reverse course here. We need to go up here because otherwise we'll get into the spikes. We need to do a small jump and land in the I think we need to do a small jump and land in the water in between the blooper and the thing. We can absolutely get over him with a small jump, though. Will we land on him and, like, bounce up as a result? That's a serious concern. I don't think we can make it to the other side, so we should get that out of our head. That's not it. Challenge for your level, beating the sudden death. I mean, that's quite the challenge there. Yeah, I agree. See what happens. Wake up in the morning tomorrow, and you know, you can always check the VOD and see if I did it. Have a good one, Chard. Thanks for stopping by, and thanks as always. Here we go. Here we go. Oh, that's it. That's it. That's what we had to do. Oh, crap. There was I didn't notice the POWs, I didn't notice the on-offs right above there. There was another set of on-offs to do. What are we at lengthwise? Are we, like, halfway through? Based on timer, we should be able to work out, like, where roughly we are. After this level, we'll have a little bit more anime talk. 2 more shows that finished. Bleh. 2 more shows that finished, and then I think we'll go right into the lightning round after Maybe after one more level. Maybe we'll do one more level and then it'll be lightning round time. It is 8 o'clock now, so this will be a relatively late lightning round, but I think that's fine, you know? It's nice to have more time for levels to get more tries, to get a full 12 minutes sometimes, and, you know, I think we've seen some real good ones in this, window tonight. I think that's, been a good run. Yes. 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 Do that one. Bounce off here. Ooh, oh, oh. Ah. What was that? Well, I'm definitely screwed now. Wow, there's a lot of this level left, huh? There's a lot of this level left. Okay. Do I need to jump as... I'm a little confused on that part. Do I need to jump as I'm going into the turnaround springs? Seems like if I'm jumping after, it's already too late. Do I hit it as I'm running up? Can I hit it as I'm coming up? Figure it out. I wonder... You think that it might be possible if Mario Maker 3 had a rewind? That might be a thing they consider adding? Would be good for, like, things such as practice and for harder levels, you know. I'm sure, like, a lot of people would be able to do harder levels. That blooper that you jump over lower makes it harder to see that there's a on-off higher there. I wonder if that's something they'd consider, if that would just be a bit too much, a bit too easy. I mean... I feel like that's the sort of thing that, you know... I feel like they might. I feel like that's actually a pretty good bet for Mario Maker 3 now that I think of it. A rewind function. Wonder doesn't have it. It's true, Wonder does not have it. And just because Wonder doesn't have something doesn't mean that this can't. Wonder doesn't have a lot of things. Doesn't have a time trial mode. Doesn't have a thing that tells you what your record is. Doesn't mean that Mario Maker doesn't get those things. Food for thought. Alright, we reverse here. Go up here. Okay, I hit it just as I was, hitting the spring. Okay, if you jump early to hit it while the thwomp is, it doesn't work because you can't both hit it at once. So, yeah, you have to jump and do the spring at the same time. That is what that is. I feel like the end is in reach. I feel like we got this. Here's to a big finish. Jump at the same time. Ready? Jump at the same time. Jump. Hit that. What? What? Oh. 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 Jesus. Jesus. There's still more. Timer's up. 5 last tries to beat it. 5 last tries. We're so close. We're so close here. Let's have these be 5 good uns. got so much of this down. It'd be a shame if we couldn't get the rest of the way. Jump at the same time. At the same time, not a little bit before. Okay. Gotta jump like... bang on. Four tries. Left. Those last segments look really scary. I don't know, I feel like I don't know half of what I need to do in those parts yet. So I'm a little worried, like, as we get back to them, these tries will not be sufficient, but we'll see what we can do. And, try our best. Here we go. Jump same time. Jump same time. Okay. Oh, shit! Okay. Real quick. Recording. What time? How is that jump timed? You can't really see it. It's behind my head. Actually, behind my body. It's fine. So... I jumped a little bit after the turnaround. Okay, it's jump same time, then jump right away for those two. Just start over, make sure I'm not losing any time here. There's 3 tries left here. We're so close. Come on. It's all down to, you know, this. Same time jump. Same time jump. Same time. Fuck! In that case, it looked a little bit too early. A little bit too early. Once we get this timing, we need that to be the run. We need to deal with everything else that is ahead of us first time. That's going to be difficult. We have 2 tries left. Missed that blue. Last try. The last try. Let's make it a good one. I'll say, grunting, lawnmower, you can totally resubmit this again, and we will give it another shot later. Though at this point it will be in the lightning round, so we will have a limited number of tries to beat it. But hey, you know, we've gotten so much practice on it. We know we're pretty deep. It's possible that we'll be able to beat it, even in the lightning round, so... You know... Fuck! Don't be afraid to, submit it. Oh! Thank you, Grunting. Yeah, thank you, Sir Grunting. I'm going to go ahead and hit dismiss. That is all that we can do. Alas, alas, alas. That level's really cool. I'm sure I'll beat it one day. You can submit it again if you want that day to maybe be tonight. Up to, you. DS Destroyer and Coho He have not fixed their levels, by the way, so let's I guess the next person would be George. George then. George, go ahead and confirm for me. You're welcome. Again, feel free to get that back in there, or another level, whatever you want to do. I am down for it. I am cool with whatever. Keep in mind, 2 of the levels are not working in the queue right now, so there's really only 8 in there, unless one of those 2 people actually replace their levels before too long. While waiting for George, 3 last anime cards. But actually, it's more like 2 because there's just 2 left to talk about, actually. I finished an observation log of my fiance who calls herself a villainess. And I also finish, George is here, excellent. I also finished The Angel Next Door Spoils Me Rotten 2. And that's all. Here we go, anime. Observation log of fiance who calls herself a villainess is a lot of fun. I really loved this show. It was great. It's about a villainess who, the fun thing that this villainess does is that she immediately, like, she's one of those villainesses who's really excited to be the villainess, but is also completely incapable of being mean. So, like, you know, the kind of villainess who's like, I'm going to be a great villainess, and then proceeds to not be very villainous at all. She is also a kind of villainess who immediately just goes to the prince, and it's like, yo, this is a video game, and this is what happens next. You're gonna meet the heroine, and, you know, I'm going to have to be, you know, out of here. But it's okay, I'll take it, because I know that that's what has to happen. And the prince is immediately like, interesting. I'm interested in you now, actually, with all your weird shit and all your, like, bubbly excitement about, you know, playing the part of villainous, even though, whatever the fuck. And he's, like, really resourceful, such that he's able to, like, constantly use the information that she gives him about, like, what's happening next in the plot to prevent that from happening, you know. Like, one of the first things that happens in the first episode is like, oh, there's a plague coming. Nope, not if you tell the guy what to expect and what sort of thing is the cure, and then he'll have that all nice and ready to go by the time the plague happens, even if he's like 10 at the start. He's like a genius or something. And then, yeah, it's really good. She is a very fun villainess. And then later the heroine comes in, and she is just trying to act like the plot is going to go forward as it usually would, you know, insofar as like getting with the prince, and the prince is not having any of it, and proceeds to spurn her, which makes her also into a very fun character, just like hanging around the periphery trying to go like, ah, god damn it, why is the plot going the way it would go usually? It's fun. It's good shit. I give it 5 out of 5, and I think it's, you know, I give it a heart. That means it's S tier, basically. Finally, The Angel Next Door Spoils Me Rotten 2, with no space in between the rotten and the 2. That's the 2nd season of Angel Next Door. I kind of thought it was pretty mid. 3 out of 5 is what I gave it. It's a cute romance, but it's run its course. And by the time of the 2nd season, all that's left is them cuddling and not doing it. You know, abstinence, practicing abstinence. And that's cute and earnest and a little bit heartfelt, but nothing is happening practically for the most part. They have some cute friends who have some nice energy, and that's like the main thing that's good in the show in season 2. But that's a little sparing, and honestly, the last episode didn't have any of that, and that put me in a bad mood, and made me go like, okay, you know what? It's a 3. It's a 3. If it had those cute friends more often, and it was like about them going and getting romance or whatever, like, yeah, okay, I could see being okay with the main couple sort of just falling into a boring rut. but a boring but sweet rut, but eh. And that's the anime for this, for that ended this week. Just 4 of them, at least as far as the ones I'm watching. Nice and quick. Next week will be probably a good amount more, and then the week after, probably have the rest of them. So, get ready for some more serious anime time in coming weeks. But for now, that's it. Also, as the new season starts, there's going to be a bunch of new shows, and I'll be really excited to find out which are good. Let's do this. A nice, reasonably doable one, just under 4%. I'm putting 12 minutes on the clock, and, yeah, after this, we'll do. Oh, hang on. Let me, I didn't hit remove from Grunting Lawnmower. Grunting Lawnmower, we're still in there. Maximo will be next after this one, by the way, if it matters. So get the tries left out of here. Oh no! Let's do it. Let's go. This looks like a nice traditional level. A nice change of pace after, we've had mostly hard-ass levels tonight. I feel like we've had mostly hard-ass levels tonight. This level seems to be based around the idea that, like, you run past some stuff, and some stuff will fall into place for you to, platform against. This is actually kind of... Oh, climb me, you climb here. So you could do another thing and, yeah, have options. And that'll break that thing and let us go forward. Nice. Nice icicle level. I'm having a good time with it. I feel nice and relaxed. Nice and this is a cool level. I love the central gimmick, I gotta say. I think it's really neat to have these big platforms just falling into place. It's a great central gimmick for a good old-fashioned traditional level. And, I think you've done some cool things with it. Those are meant to be giant icicles. Oh, I could see that. But they're like giant icicles that are, like, landing in place. Yeah, it's like in Odyssey, the area where there's giant icicles that fall from the ceiling, and then you have to sort of climb up where they land. Same basic principle. It is the Colossal Icicle Cathedral is the name of the level, so yeah, that tracks. That makes sense. Is this going to lift this icicle into the air? The snake block? Yes, it is. And now we continue our snake block ride. Nice. This level has been a bit slow, but, I like it. It's nice and gentle. Hello, Loggy Trail. Nice and mellow. Nice and chill. How you doing? Hope you're doing well. The lightning round will be starting after this. Bear that in mind. Keep that in mind. We're about to get into it. Things are about to pick up. Stakes are about to be higher. You know, very soon. Hope you all are ready. Hope you all are looking forward to that. Hope you all enjoy that. Again, very soon, very soon. I move that over there. Hope the levels are treating you well. Yeah, right now that I've gotten a pretty nice one. So, yeah, it's treating me great. It's mellow. And, It's a good breather from the hard-ass levels I was playing earlier on. Definitely won't get much harder after this checkpoint. Probably a boss. Probably a boss now. I'm betting a boss. Yeah, clever use of the launchers. Clever use. I agree. What we got boss-wise? Is this a boss? Will I drop a giant icicle on Bowser? Okay. Okay, I think we're riding this icicle down layer by layer. And, oh no, this is as far as it goes. And now we go to the right. We go this way? No. Oh, there's a key. We got a key now. And now a boss? Yes, now a boss. Drop some icicles real fast. The icicles are going to go up and down. We probably don't want to be on them when they're going up. Actually, that was pretty alright. What? I don't think I'm supposed to be here. I'm definitely not supposed to be here. Don't fall into the pit of death. Okay. Yeah, stuck in the cogs. That is correct. Lightning round very soon. After this level. And things will get faster from there. We'll get a lot faster. Just drop down here. Grab that, and we out. I guess it doesn't make a difference whether you have the power-up or not, since you get one as you're dropping in here. Okay, what the hell are we actually doing here? Looks to me like I need to get this down. I need to come up here. I mean, I can make that bullet bill hit that feller. Wait, can I make it explode on that feller? If I had, that guy kind of is in the crevice. Can I just, like, stick the head in? Yes. Okay. I just need to do that a couple more times. Oh, he's coming. Okay. Now he's here. And, hey, we got another power-up somehow. Oh, he's switching sides now. He's switching sides, so we get to attack him again. That's why there's the passage in the middle. That's for the Koopa to go down, and to so he comes out the other side, ready to attack again. Now we can get the last hit on him and finish. Yeah, this boss room is pretty overwhelming. It's hard to figure out what you need to do, but once you do, it's really simple. Actually, really straightforward. Not bad at all. Just like the rest of that level. Not bad at all. Not bad by any means. Not hard by any means. It's also not bad by any means, but you know. I don't mean to say that a hard level is bad. Not what I'm trying to say. Good. Good shit. I like the giant icicles. Really did. Really did. I am hitting complete. Bringing up Maxima. Neither DS Destroyer nor the other one corrected their codes, right? Neither DS Destroyer or, Ko-Hee-Hee corrected codes. I think in that case we have to, I have to remove both of them real fast and, take them out of the lineup on account of, their codes didn't work. Is what it is. Alright. Hey, do y'all know what time it is? What the fuck? I just heard a weird... What? There it goes. Okay. I hit my button to activate the lightning round and it didn't go off first time. Instead, Windows made a noise. Fun! Folks, it's time for the lightning round! During the lightning round, we will have 5 tries to beat each level that comes our way, and additional tries in several circumstances. 5 tries, refreshing at checkpoints by default. In the case of here's the conditions. In the case of super worlds or levels with clear rates of 4% or lower, we have 7 heads, represented by 2 bonus heads that come in a variety of forms. And, you know, then we'll see which ones we get. Oh, Bowser's a good one. Also the default, kind of, the one that the roulette starts on. In the case of levels with clear rates of 0.4% or lower, the first level of the night whose person is here, or, super worlds where we've already lost once during the lightning round, we will instead have 12 heads represented by 12 lives represented by an additional 5 helmets, which are cool and good and were introduced like a month and a half ago. Still relatively new, I would say, the helmets. I still like them a lot, and really I think it's been a great addition for the last last month or two. Maxima is up first. Has Maxima sent anything in a minute? Let me see. I don't think I've seen anything from Maxima in a bit. Maxima, please confirm. Let me put this into chat so that Maxima can see. Go ahead and confirm, Maxima. Meanwhile, if you are not here, we will do sudden death, and this is what happens when the person is not in chat. When we have a lot fewer tries than 5, 7, or 12. Just 2. Though, if you do confirm while we're playing the level, I'll upgrade you to whatever's appropriate. In which case, we should always make sure to be aware of the deal. Wanna do Uno Mas, What the Shell? That's a pretty fair clear rate. What's Hypnotic Travel? I'm feeling like Uno Mas, What's the Shell? I think I still don't quite understand what an Uno Mas level is, but I think most of them involve some sort of weird trick that is hard to figure out. Oh, in this case, we need to get a shell. Wait. Huh? Can I get the shell through here? Yes, I can! Okay, that's what this level is meant to show off, is that you can get the shell with that diagonal situation, even though it looks like you really shouldn't be able to. Okay, that's cool. I agree that's cool. Oh, hey, Ko-Hee-Hee. Your code didn't work earlier, Ko-Hee-Hee. I just did boot you from the queue. Tell you what, if you get a level in right now and get it and make sure it's a correct one that works, I can I'll put you up there. I'll put you up near the top, if that sounds good. But your code didn't work earlier, so there. PMS, do exclamation point add, and I'll there you go. There you go. Yeah, we'll do you next. We'll do you next. Okay, that's great. I got you. I got you. Thanks for getting in. Getting that corrected. Okay. Lovely. Thanks for that. Thanks for that. There was also another guy before you that also had a broken code. I hope you remember who that was. We can give same deal if they were to return. Also, hey, you're getting the bonus heads and all that on account of being the first present person. Card. We got more cards. Y'all notice an uptick in faceless YouTube channels? That is to say, showing faceless YouTube channels showing face. I feel like that's a trend right now. I feel like I've seen a number of them who previously have just been, you know, voiceover, otherwise, you know, pretty faceless content, having a little bit of like, you know, showing themselves on camera on account of just, you know, shit with AI out there. Faceless content is getting devalued, is getting, you know, crowded out, is getting, less trustworthy than it was, like, 10 years ago. You know, personally, for my part, yeah, I feel like when I can't see face, or if the content feels impersonal in nature, I feel personally like, yeah, I don't know if this could be AI, this could be AI or not. Example of that I would say would be, you know, there was that great summoning salt video the other day about Mario Maker 1 0%. And in that video, dude just appeared in person. I don't know we've ever seen summoning salt in the flesh like that, but there he was. And you know, hey, that's interesting. It was also just a very well done video as well. Did y'all watch that? It was good stuff. I feel like that's just a sort of thing that we all have needed to do, or like, you know, certain kinds of content just sort of have trouble with the AI onslaught. Very easily replicated. I've said before on previous streams that, like, personally, I don't know that I trust cute animal videos anymore because they are so easily AI slopified. You know, it is so... Whenever I see one, I cannot know for sure if that's an actual dog anymore. That's an actual cat. That's an actual whatever. And I just can't get into it. I just can't get past that. And, you know, even regardless of AI, that is, even in the case of real videos, that is affecting my preferences and what I'm really, enjoying. Ko-hee-hee, which one would you like? Any specification? Play colorful speedrun. You got it. Let's go. And we have 12 tries, on account of Ko-hee-hee being the first one up tonight in the lightning round. This is cool. This is indeed very colorful. The clear rate wasn't so bad. Maybe we'll first try this. I wonder how tight the timer is. Let's see. Let's find out. So far, so good. You know, I continue to react perfectly every single time something happens. I will continue doing it, and we will do it first try, first try. That jump looked a little bit fishy, but it worked out. All right. I feel like this is last segment. It might not be a last segment. We've gone through the subworld. We've gone through Overworld 1. There's the ending. Is this it? The ending had a key door, right? No, it's, well, yes, but maybe not that. There's 15 seconds left. I might have lost it by losing a second of time or two here or there. Oh, that was it! Yeah! First try! First try! First try! That feels good. First try always feels good. That was great. That was a fantastic, very colorful speedrun. Glad you got that in. Glad we got the correct code for that. Was that what you were trying to submit previously? Might have been. That code actually... who remembers what the code was that didn't work? I'm hitting complete. Feel free to get back into queue. Get back into the thing. You'll be, you know, It won't be that long until you're up again. I think Mathlete has been pretty active, right? Mathlete has been saying some stuff. Yeah, commented on the Uno Mas stuff. Mathlete is here, fantastic. But we'll get rid of the heads because we don't know if Mathlete's level is hard. Anyway, the faceless stuff is interesting. You know, trends in YouTube. I'll say, of course, I've never had that problem, considering that I've always shown face. I've always been on screen pretty much my entire Twitch/YouTube career? Question mark. I don't know if you call it a career when you don't make a, you know, with just like a hobby grade amount of return, but you know, for the entire time I've been on YouTube, Twitch, I've been on screen and it's been fun, and you know, it's been personality driven as it yeah, that's 11%. 5 tries is right. Let's go. Anyway, I don't have that much more to say about that. It's cool. It's a cool trend, and I do think if you want to stand out from the bots, you gotta have a little bit of human element. You know, I've said before and I'll say again, if your content is just impossible to differentiate from AI slop, what's the difference then? Regardless if it was made by AI or humans, it doesn't make such a meaningful difference. But I don't mean that to say it in a positive way of like, oh, you know, if it's made by humans, made by AI, it's all the same. It's all good. It's like, no, it's just, as more of that stuff comes to be associated with cheap slop, more of that stuff just becomes unpalatable. And, you know, you gotta adapt a little bit. I don't know. I talk about adapting. When have I ever adapted? I don't know. Nothing about what I do has become on the channel has become like out of date, I guess. I don't know. There's still streamers out there. We're all still streaming and having a good time. Is this where we came? It seems familiar. Deja vu here. It's like a classic ghost house, I guess. I'm guessing we need to go up here and go through this top pipe. That's a well-hidden ghost house puzzle. Ghost house trick. I assume this is right, of course. We got a quick key. Now we can ride this platform once it lines up nicely for us. Yeah. Anyway, I just thought that shit was interesting. I don't have that much else to say about it, and after this level, we'll pull another card and we'll talk about whatever's next, you know? I do like seeing the humanity of a video. You know, definitely it's something that I look for personally when it comes down to, like, content. And more as time goes on. Checkpoint, and there's no more key doors. We can tell that because the key just sort of bounced off us. The thing said something there. Something about womps. And I did not read it. That was a clue. I probably should have, it probably said, like, follow the womps or something. Let's read what it said. Observe the thwomps. Okay, we gotta observe the thwomps. So what? We gotta follow one of them down? That first thwomp is going into a pit. Second thwomp landed. Is it a matter of like whether they come back or not? Maybe it's a matter of if they come back or not. We know if there's something at the bottom of the... Hello! Well, we found the thing. Now we need a pee. These guys aren't coming back. Now, where was the pee? Where can I get a pee? Mystery. I don't remember a pee. And that's why you gave the players a spare key. You know, if they wanted to go around the way and get a power-up again. It's a good decision. It was a good decision. Maybe over here? Oh, there's a fire flower. We need a fire flower. We need to have our fire flower, not damage boost there. Okay. Let me just... I won't count that one. That one was more of a... Let me get back to here. Freebie. No, hang on. We're not going to need that many more lives. We should stay true to it. And, we won't need to take the death. We don't need to take the death. In case they lost the... Yeah, it lets you go and get the fire flower again. But also, I can just take a death. That's cool, I'll allow it. I'll take a death to save a little bit of backtracking. And for those who don't have, like, life gimmicks involved, they really have no reason not to take a death. They're like, yeah. Oh, in case they were in the super world? Oh, that makes sense. For, you know, playing it generally, it's not an issue. I guess if you had 0 lives in the super world, yeah, you would totally game over, and, that'd be awkward. Okay, we found the P. Now we just have to get back to the hole. This one? Yeah, I think it's this one. Wait for him to come back up, and... There we go! Great level. Excellent ghost house. Thought it was good. Though, personally, I feel like that could have ended, like... I'll say, like, as far as, like, an original Mario World ghost house, if that had ended at finding the pipe to get to the checkpoint, that would be a really nice length for a ghost house. That would be nice and quick and, ooh, so fast. I think you're already in there, Grunting. You can only have 1 level in queue at a time, so don't worry about it once you're in. Once you're in, you're good. Just wait your turn. Yeah, you'd use replace to replace, yes. Add does not replace for some reason. It only just adds, and if you're already in there, it does nothing. Weird like that. Let me hit complete and bring up the next, which is by 06i. 06i, go ahead and confirm for me. I'm putting that so that 06i can see in chat. Where are we at as far as the cards go right now? Ah, we're getting to game talk. Nice. I finished 007 First Lights over the weekend, over last weekend. Yeah, it was like right before, I think it was like on Saturday or something. I had finished it by the time of the Monday stream, so yeah, over the weekend. Good game, great game. There was a lot I really enjoyed. The pacing could be a bit faster though, and I will say I think that the Hitman type light exploration mystery stuff was a little weak compared to, like, you know, actual Hitman. But the punching and the shooting and both of those parts were really solid and really snappy and made for some fun stuff. I will say part of me, I feel like I'm just getting tired of the traditional like prestige game thing of just having immense production values and having that make up for some parts that are just slow as hell. You know, there's like a good amount of spots in like 007 where it's just like, okay, you're in like a room. Walk around the room and find the place where you need to hit Y. And it's just like, okay, come on. Does this count as gameplay? Walking around and finding somewhere to hit Y, and then, oh, you have to find 3 more places to hit Y before you actually can do the next action thing, or the next stealth thing, or the next shooting thing. It's just like, I know this game cost a lot to make, and I'm sure this area that I'm traipsing around was really expensive. And as such, it feels like you guys gotta make me go back to it like 4 times. But can you just like have some slightly faster pacing? Honestly, I liked it overall. It's solid, worth playing. And I think it's damn good. And I bet like as it gets more and more content, it'll probably get even better. I'd say I'm somewhere between like a 4 and a 5. I guess it depends on like how that game expands over time, whether it's like a full 5 or not in my books. Like if that escalation mode turns out to be where it's a little bit more Hitman-y, a little bit more like, oh, you know, they're constantly adding stuff, live game-ish. Like if that is as much of a thing as it looks like, that game could have some legs, and I could play some more of it, you know, and have some more fun with it. But until then, I don't know. There's a lot of nitpicks I could make, and anyway, it's a good game. Really enjoyed it, and thought the story went nice places. Though I'll say, like, I feel like as I play it, I just feel just fatigue with AAA games in general. Just the way that they spend their time. Drag things out a little bit. They could be a little more crisply paced. You know, I personally think a level should be no longer than an hour long. An hour should be what you're shooting for as far as a 3D game's world should be. And if that means, you know, it's a 7-hour game with 7 worlds, like, so be it. That's a good length for a game, honestly. At least that's what I think. This is a cool water level. I like how the platforms were floating in the water. And now we're underwater, so we won't see that particular gimmick again. But it was neat. I like being able to jump out of the water onto a platform. It's above the water. I should not damage boost no more. These are good indicators. I would probably have gotten hit by more of the piranha plants if not for the indicators. And those ones especially who were jumping out. The previous ones weren't jumping out. So that indicator was just the right amount of clue. Really nice, solid clue there. Lovely level, little bit more jumping on platforms, and then it is over. Very nice. It's a great water level. Great hybrid water level / water level. A little bit of both. That's a 1-1. That's a fantastic 1-1. That's one of the better 1-1s I've seen, I'll say. That had a personality, that had flavor. Look at that thumbnail. It has a really good thumbnail as well. I like how the sort of looks like it's a tree. Sort of looks like a plant, you know, with the yeah. GG, your stream is behind. All streams are a little bit behind, but some are more than others. It's true. Hitting complete. Feel free to get back in there. You know how it is. You know what we do. You know it. 06i. Next up is Mat Attack. Let me go ahead and hit next so that Mat Attack can confirm. Don't know. I've seen Mat Attack in a minute. Mat Attack, has Mat Attack been around? I don't see Mat Attack. for a minute. Mat attack, please confirm. Meanwhile, I'm also still playing tons of Mina the Hollower. That has been my main game this week, Mina the Hollower. I've basically gotten it all done. I've gotten to the final boss. I've gotten all the trinkets now. And at this point, I'm just like playing. I'm wrapping things up. You know, I'm going around and I'm trying to get 100% of everything. I need to use all the gears, I guess, and to get something from that. At this point, since I have all the trinkets, it's I'm not sure like what 100% can give me, you know, and I'm also at max level on all my stats now, so I can't level up no more. And there's next to nothing to buy, but I still would like to get everything before I finish because I've had a hell of a time with it. I've really enjoyed like just about every part of it. I will say again, you know, it is a game that has a difficulty curve. My first impressions coming off the first 5 hours, which I streamed on release night, I thought it was really hard, but like within an hour or two after beating the first dungeon, the first area, you get enough trinket slots and enough really overpowered trinkets such that you're not feeling that difficulty ever again. You're not losing bones as much anymore, and it's all just really... It becomes pretty trivial to just, you know, avoid the pitfalls and to mitigate any frustrations you have with the healing system or this system or that system. It's lovely once you get to that point, once you get over the hump. You gotta get over the hump, but once you do, it's fantastic. Not that it wasn't fantastic before the hump, it was just really overtuned before the hump. I'll say, I do think it's a big issue that it has such a skill curve that, like, it falls off so heavily, so immediately, that it goes from being, like, the hardest thing you ever played to brain dead pretty easy, just first trying bosses, left and right. Yeah. Hell of a good game, though. Definitely one of my favorites of the year, and, hell, I would recommend it easily. For sure, for sure. Without a doubt. I do not see mat attack, so lightning round it is. Wanna blast through Bowser's bomb ship? I do want to blast through Bowser's bomb ship. We have 100 seconds to blast through Bowser's bomb ship. Blast through Bowser's bomb ship. Let's do it. Wonder how much of a tight timer this is versus just being generally difficult. Clear rate was not that. Okay. That actually does look like a difficult room. Oh boy. I'm gonna, on me, Mad Attack, I'm going to just give myself one free just restart. I didn't die, but I need that mushroom. I'm pretty sure I do. Let's do this. Okay. Okay. We didn't get very far. That's a hard level, Mad Attack. It's a pretty hard level. We did not blast through. %1 is pretty high for a room like that. I wonder if people are like damage boosting their way through that and just going full speed without worrying about the pattern and hoping for the best. I wonder if that works. We don't have the tries to investigate right now on account of no mat attack. Mat attack. Kind of like Kirby Mass Attack. Is that what it's called? Mass Attack? Hitting the button. See ya. Thank you for submitting. Chard is up next. Chard also went to bed already. Chard said earlier that he went to bed, but invited me to try to do this in the tries that we have. Okay, in sudden death style. Let's see. Meanwhile, one last game that I played a good solid chunk of. I played an old Kurko Banjo-Kazooie mod called Gruntilda's Mask. If you don't know Kurko, Kurko is a mod creator for Banjo-Kazooie who has made a bunch of mods. And like in 2019, he made a mod that basically is just like Clocktown from Majora's Mask, but with, you know, moves and jiggies and, you know, notes to find in Clocktown. Just basically one extra long world of Banjo-Kazooie with all the moves in it. Similar to if anyone saw the Jiggies of Time. That was also him a few years later, and it kind of feels, honestly, Gruntilda's Mask feels like a first shot, like a first stab at that sort of idea, and has just the one world, and as a result, kind of a really slow start, I'll say. You know, definitely as far as Banjo-Kazooie mods, I think I have found that my favorite ones are the ones that start at full speed. Gruntilda's Mask was not one of those. Gruntilda's Mask, you have to, like, find every molehill to learn every move, including basic jumping, and, like, figuring out, like, where to go next and where I can go with the moves that, you know, you get one at a time was kind of difficult, was kind of a whole thing, but I'll say Kurko does have, like, Kurko always has, like, a video that explains where you need to go at all times and where every collectible can be found if you ever get stuck or confused, and that's always nice to reference when you're really stuck and confused. And also, it's just kind of nice to play some Banjo for a few hours. I will say, we did talk a while ago about doing some mods on the channel, on the stream. In particular, there was the Star Nova. There's a Paper Mario mod that now exists that's a full conversion, and I would like to give that a go, maybe on stream. And also, I've said that maybe when Kurko puts out his next full-scale mod that's like 7 worlds and all, similar to Jiggies in Time and Nostalgia 64, Banjo-Kazooie and Nostalgia 64. Maybe that would be fun to do on stream and do as a full playthrough. I do want to do that. We'll see when it comes out. Some mods, they can be a little bit hard to know where to go. So yeah. Let's do the level. It's Charge 1. This is Charge 1, right? Different, I think maybe he found one for us, but a nice one, ideally. Let's go, let's do it. Sort of a traditional 1-2 type start. Starting outside and going inside immediately. Take it, this is going to be a nice short level then. I'm guessing this is going to be an entirely underground level, other than start and end. What? that muncher screwed me up good. This level is pretty nice though. We'll get it. And the checkpoint will refresh our lives too, so relax, we got it. Just some nice traditional type stuff. Very 1-2. Very it's like Mario Maker. It's like Mario Brothers 3 1-2. Except it's it you know. Obviously, it's Mario 3, not Mario 1, and feels as such. We did get a checkpoint that refreshed our lives, and the level's over though. So that's all we needed. All we needed. Thank you, Chard. We did it. World record as well. Nice and good, nice and fast. Hell yeah. That was the level, right? I didn't like put in the wrong code. I believe that's right, man. Okay, next up is next up appears to be Adrian. Hey, Jumper. Next up appears to be Adrian. Go ahead and confirm for me, Adrian. Oh, there you are, Adrian. I hit the button just as you said, yes. You're good. You're good. I got you. I got you. Meanwhile, I got a couple more cards here. We still got one, two, three, four, five, six, seven more or less cards left. Well, I'll say when I'll close the queue. I'll close the queue after theme park talk. Let's time it like that. Let's close the queue after theme park talk. There's some theme park talk coming up. Any level, Adrian, that's nice. I'll say I've been feeling a bit down as layoff life continues. Things are really slow right now. Yeah, so, I got laid off a couple month or so ago, like 6 weeks ago at this point, and things have been pretty slow. The job market is in the toilets, and it's been a little depressing. Just like having a break is really nice, but at the same time, when it's like an unstable break, when it's like you don't know if there's going to be anything on the other side, if like things are going to pick up such that that wouldn't matter if things would be picking up on the other side, if things get into like a monotonous rut, it can feel like day in, day out, just time passing, just a lot of nothing going on, and I've been feeling a little bit out of sorts about that, a little bit sad, as it were, and missing gainful employment or whatever. And also, just like, before layoffs happened, I was totally looking at houses and moving up into that rung of home ownership and all that. And now that I'm not doing that, it's like, well, now I'm stuck in this apartment that I want to move out from. I can't move because I don't have any income other than unemployment, so I probably can't do anything but renew what I got, because they check all that shit when you're going for a new lease on a new place. And I definitely can't do house anymore, and I might not be able to. Any vacation becomes a lot more of a big ask, and that shit's kind of a big bummer, isn't it? That shit's kind of a big bummer. Anyway, that's where I'm at. I'm hoping that things will pick up. I feel like just maybe I should get out more. That's also just a thing that since I've been since like any level. Yeah, okay. Open your hat, Neko looks cool. I like how red it is. Since like this whole thing started, I've been not having to go places anymore, not having to drive, been mostly stuck at home, and yeah, it's just feeling a little bit monotonous day to day. Suppose in so doing I've saved a good amount on fuel and gas and all that, but still, that's small comfort when shit's just kind of boring. And also just I feel like I'm a little less productive even in my stuff than I could be. Or it's weird, right? Like I remember last time I was out of work, same situation, right? Where it's like, okay, you apply for a certain amount, you do some interviews, and then that should leave you with a good chunk of every day. That should leave you with so much free time, but I feel like I still don't have the time to do all the things I want to do, or the money in some cases, or like the freedom to do. And at the same time, let's do it. This one looks good. At the same time, I not only don't have the freedom, I also don't have the energy to do a lot of that stuff, and at the same time, I'm also just bored a lot of the time, and that kind of sucks. It's not fun to be bored and just sitting there going like, what am I gonna do today? Oh no, nothing. I got stuff to catch up on as far as like stream channel type work goes, but that's not something I want to do for like 4 hours in a row. I I want to sort of do like an hour of that, and then I want to do something fun. What fun is there to do? Oh, not a lot? Okay. I need to get into a better rhythm with my sleep schedule. I need to get those stuff back on track, and I need to do it without that much I really need to do. And that shit's difficult. I don't know. Still, I always enjoy a stream. I always enjoy when I go on air and I'm all, you know, chatting with y'all and venting somewhat about what I've been up to. It's always fun to get all that shit off my chest, and you know, the streams are always the highlight of the week. I don't think I necessarily want to do like 5 of them a week or nothing, you know, because that would, you know, every stream has a certain amount of overhead, and I only want to do so much of that, you know, like I said, every week. But, you know, it is definitely the thing I am looking forward to most these days. Is just like the next big stream, the next big idea, or even the next regular ass Mario Maker stream, where I'll play some good ass levels and tell y'all about whatever I've gotten up to, whatever's going on. You know, at this point, it feels like day by day, it's like, yeah, the main thing I'm looking forward to is getting up, watching, like, whatever anime is on today, and then, I don't know, we'll see. Thank you for the level, Adrian. That was a nice level. Very, very pleasant, very straightforward, very doable. Good. Playing levels and doing them first time feels good. Make no mistake. I enjoy the streams, but it's getting some doldrums here. Some real doldrums in between stuff. And maybe I should get out more. Maybe I should, you know, socialize in person or something. I have plenty of Discords that I chat in all day, but, you know, are those really enough? I don't know. I've never really socialized much outside of work in person anyhow, but maybe that was a mistake. Maybe that's always been a mistake. Maybe that's a mistake that everyone in this generation, in the next generation, in America, in the world, is currently making in some form or another. Maybe it's nice to see people and hang out in person more often. I don't know. Sir, Grunting Lawnmower, you are up. Go ahead and confirm for me. Don't think Grunting Lawnmower said anything in a minute. Go ahead and say something, Grunting Lawnmower, and, you know, you'll be good for it. I like it. I like the name. Here's the next card. I will say I did have a nice swim this weekend. I had a nice swim this weekend. I mentioned last week that I probably was going to, and I indeed went out to the pool at the near my folks' place and hung out with them and took a nice dip in the water. That was nice. Wouldn't mind doing that more. And I in fact told my parents. I told them, like, hey, if you're babysitting the nephew and you're taking him out to take a swim, call me. I'll come out for that, provided I'm not doing something else. Why, that is a very explicit message there, Mr. Blanker. That, I think that is timeout worthy. Let's go with 10 minutes. It's not spam. It might have been a little bit too generous. Can I? Yes, I'll delete that message as well in the Twitch side. Okay, you don't have to worry about that. We do talk about blue things here, but I think that was mostly to get a rise. That was mostly to get a rise there, and I will temp ban. I will do a timeout, but you know, yeah, that command should straighten things out. As far as rules on the channel go, to you, Mr. Blanker, if you're still watching, if you're still, whatever. And a nice swim. Wouldn't mind more swimming. Swimming is nice in the summer. I feel like there's been multiple summers where I haven't swum at all. Where I just didn't get out to the pool any. Add my Bennis. That's fine. You know, I've said worse. I've definitely done worse, Edwin. A little blue is fine, but you know, you get a little too explicit. You're trying to get banned. If you're trying to get banned, I will oblige you. You know, that's where I'm at. That's where I stand. You know what you did wrong. You know what you're trying to do. Anyway, pool's nice. I should get out to the pool more. I should swim more. Honestly, I do have that season pass to Six Flags, and that does include the water park. I'll say it again. I could go down Gavel to where the Schliederbahn is. I could totally have a Schliederbahn trip, like a road trip followed by you know, just some Schliederbahn. Actually, you know what I'll say? I think Schliederbahn is like really close to like Fiesta Texas and San Antonio. Is it? At any rate, it's like past Austin. So if I'm doing that, it's probably going to be the trip where I do Fiesta Texas again and SeaWorld San Antonio for the first time, and also Coda Land whenever that opens up. So probably not this year on that front, but hey, it's something I could do. Water parks are fun, though. The last time I went to one, the local one, and it didn't work out. Hello, Lord Crump TTYD. Good name. Adding dick and balls? That's not a regular level code. I'll say. I do not see grunting, so I think at this point we should bring up the lightning round and do as follows. Let's stick to actual levels, by the way. Like, let me just take those out real fast. If you want to put in an actual level, I invite that, but let's not confuse people. Let's not add codes that aren't codes, okay? Add real deals. Ooh, this is the one. This is the one we were working on earlier. Ooh, grunting. Now is the time. Let me get a nice clean start on this. We only have 2 tries right now on account of grunting has not confirmed. So we'll see what we can do. I remember this level from earlier. We got it like 90% of the way down, but with just 2 tries, it's going to be difficult. Let's see. Please confirm so we can have more tries. More tries. I love TTYD too. I really do. Fan-fucking-tastic game. One of my all-time favorites. It's serious time, by the way. I gotta focus. I gotta concentrate so that I can hit my marks and make sure to. There we go. Okay. That was close. That's as far as we've gotten, pretty much. Do we want to jump into that early? It seems like it works, provided that I'm able to react in time. Like, let's see. Hang on. I'll reset this one after. So, how did that work? So with this one, we jumped early and hit it, and then we bounced to the right. If I had turned my direction to the right at this point, I would have not slowed down and I would have been able to jump immediately and hit the other thing. I think that's what we gotta do. I think that's the ticket. Okay. Grunting, if you confirm, we'll have more tries, but barring that, this will be the final. Last chance. Has Grunting said anything in a minute? Grunting said anything in a minute, we have more tries, but, Grunting has to be present. Or someone has to use a subscriber incentive to refresh our lives, otherwise... Maybe we won't need it. Maybe this is the run. Could this be the run? Very possible. Very possible. I'm focusing. I'm focusing. We're almost to it. Same time jump. Jump same time. Here we go. Ah, I missed the fucking thing. Dang. Also, did I not say I liked it previously? I like it. Oh, maybe it was a re-upload. Maybe this just got re-uploaded and all that. Grunting, go ahead and confirm for me if you're here. Did Grunting say anything relatively recently? It's been a while since Grunting said anything, and the last time is when Grunting replaced the code with another code with the same code. That was several levels ago. Good try, says Grunting. Okay, we're good, we're good, okay. Grunting is here, so we have full amount of tries, which is to say we lost 2 already, so we have 10 more. Okay, and it's not been completed, so we have the helmets, basically, is the long and short. Okay, 10 more tries. I think we got this. I think it's very likely. I want it. I want it so bad. I think this would be a cool thumbnail for the stream. This level. I say that half the time it's behind the, Mario's behind the level bar, isn't he? And the other half of the time, he's sort of in the middle. It's a very narrow window that is really suitable for thumbnail because of, you know, the height of, Mario there. I guess I could do something unprecedented like, you know, hide myself in the UX and then just play a little bit off stream in order to get a good screenshot of it, or take from a recording. That's very possible and would work. I could solve that. Not as big of a problem as I like to think. Usually I get the thumbnails from actual gameplay that I actually did. Maybe sometimes lightly edited, you know, for composition purposes, or because doesn't really read as well as it does. It needs a little bit of an assist to come across. Alright, you gotta hit it on the other side. Damn it! 9... No, 8 try... 8 tries left? I'm still bad at counting the helmets. And, knowing how many tries I have off the dome. I'm sure I'll get it there eventually. I'll get it down. All I know is we got a good number left, and we're making the most of it. I'll say also, you can also submit again if you need to, if we need to. We could have another round of this. The queue is not closed, and you know, we still continue to bring up new topics, as it were. I still have cards to do, and until that's not true, I always like to keep the queue open. Here we go. Fuck. Yeah, I need to jump into that. I need to jump into that. Maybe take a pause, like when we get out there. Just take a quick pause and breathe for a second and go, okay. Do you think a pause helps, or does a pause hurt? To take a pause and go like, okay. Recenter, you know? I'm not sure if a pause helps or if a pause hurts. All I can say is, hey, we're making progress. This continues to be what progress looks like. Feel like we're very, very close. Okay, okay. Jump. Get. I knew that was coming. Oopsie daisy. So here. So here's the tricky part. You have to land right there, so you can't jump until you land. So basically, I think we have to jump just about as soon as we land. I need to be ready to jump as soon as I hit the ground. And if I do that, I think I should be good. I think that should be just about lined up. Let's do this. Let's go. We still have a bunch of tries left. We're still yeah. We still got this. Little jump, big jump. We're about to hit the same time jumps. Wait, no. Yes, no, this is the same time jumps. And then after that... Shit! Fuck! Ass! Same time jumps. Same time jumps. It's important to remember. Same time means same time. Doesn't mean a little bit after. Doesn't mean a little bit before. Means hit the spring and jump. Okay. 5 tries left. Still a bunch of tries left. 5 tries. 5 tries. Let's fucking do this. Let's fucking do this. Oh, fuck! Ass! That was a gimme. I forgot about the blue on the ceiling again. Okay, 4 tries. I am very tense. I am very... nervous, I guess. I'm nervous, yeah, nervous. Nervous is accurate. It all comes down to this. And 3 more after this. It all comes down to... it's almost down to it. Not that many tries in the grand scheme of things, compared to how many it took to really, work this all out and to figure out every jump and to, yeah. These are the same time jumps. Remember, same time. And now, we do this, and we jump immediately. Oh my god! Oh my god! What? Spring midway? What was that spring? Wait, can I still do this? Am I done? I'm probably done, right? You probably need the thing to go into the pipe. You probably need to be able to run to get into the pipe at the end. Right? Right? Probably. Probably. That was as far as we've gotten. Pause, pause, pause. Review. Damn it! Okay. You know what? I'm not gonna count that one on account of Okay, if I pause, I should not pause on a spring because I don't know which direction to hold coming out of it. What went wrong there? Should I have gone... Well, that wasn't... What went wrong there? Should I have turned around when I hit the spring? I don't know there was time to go left and right another time, but maybe I would have been, like, immediately sprung the other way. Like, immediate style. I don't know. Let's just focus and get there again. And if we can get there again, I would love to find out. And remember, we're jumping just as soon as we're landing. After the, same times. Back! Okay, yeah, there's a spring right there. Is it the case where we need to, like, go into that other spring that we pass over? Maybe we need to go into that spring that we pass over. Why not jump after hitting the sideways spring? I don't know there's enough time for that. I can try. You know what, I could spare one to try that timing. I don't know there's enough time to land from that and jump again into the last, yeah. We have more tries after this. If Grunting resubmits one last time, we have another go-round, I will investigate that. I will give that a try or two. Right now, I gotta go with what works. I gotta go with what I got. And, since this is the last try and all, this is the last try and all. At least for this, back. I missed the thing. Thank you for the stuff. Very good grunting. All right. I would love to see, I would never love to go around there, but, we can't until, yeah. Alright, I'm gonna hit, dismiss, and feel free to get back in there, Sir Grunting. Loggy Trail is up next. Loggy Trail is just talking about how they saw another streamer play this level. It's pretty cool. I agree, this level was pretty cool. I hope your level is also pretty cool. Meanwhile, let me just do another card. I am planning on doing a Cedar Point trip around August, I think, as I originally planned. That was when I originally planned to do it before, you know, all the layoff stuff happened. And, originally I was thinking, like, maybe June, maybe July. Now looking at the calendar and looking at, like, the time at which I need to go through, DK64 101% on Mondays, and the time in which I need to, well, other obligations and all that, I guess. I do think August will be a good time, will be a nice, good opportunity to take a week and to, travel up to Cedar Point and, have a nice trip, go on all the roller coasters and all that. I've been wanting to do that for a while. I've heard great things about the park. It, looks lovely. I have a season pass to all the Six Flags parks, so I just have to worry about rental car and hotel room, basically. And if I want to put on, you know, if I want to put on Kings Island, it's just, you know, the cost of more rental car days and more hotel days. And, yeah, I'm thinking I want to put a peg in that. I want to put a pin in that. I definitely want to do that. You know, I got this whole membership to Six Flags, and if I go to Cedar Point, it more than pays for itself. Arguably, it has already more than paid for itself in like a couple of Six Flags Over Texas visits, especially with that with you know, they're opening a new coaster and all that. But like my local park, you know. But I'd still like to go to Cedar Point, and I still like to really make use of having that particular tier of annual pass. And to do that, I need to have a big trip. And well, I'd like a big trip right now. You know, like I said, things have been feeling pretty dull, pretty monotonous, and a nice theme park week, I think, is really just what the doctor ordered. You know, yeah. Let's do it. 10% clear rates, very nice, very good. And Loggy is looking for some feedback, what to improve. Oh, no, this level seems nice. Seems good. You could always throw in a pit or so. It's always good to have some pits and some things to jump over. But it seems like a cool level whichever way. You know, whichever way you slice it. Just some, yep. Just some nice Link stuff. And that uses your bombs quite well. And also, you know, you can fend off the, oh, shit. Uh-oh. Oh, good. You can fend off the poison mushroom with the sword, which is pretty nice. It's nice and good. Tell me that there's another sword for me. No? Okay. I don't know what's ahead. I cannot see. I'm gonna jump. Climb onto this and hope for the best. The best worked out. That was, yeah. That was good. That was cool. Nice little Link level. It's fun. Link levels are fun. I mean, it's fun, like, when they're set up in such a way where you know, you need to use all of Link's kits, and also where, in this case even, like, hey, actually, can you drop a bomb into there? Does that do it? Is that what you're supposed to do? Are you supposed to drop a bomb in here? I can drop a bomb in there using the drop bomb functionality, and, that feels like something I wasn't supposed to do, actually. Whatever. I was actually supposed to hit the next guy, and that would have also cleared out the enemies at the same time. Whatever. Okay, so that's the thing to keep in mind, is that your setup does have some possibility for, I wouldn't say cheese, but alternate solution there. You can also do it in another way. There you go. There's some feedback. There's some thing to be aware of. But, it's a good time. It's a good time. Was I supposed to kill that guy with the, block? Before he, okay, bombs also do the trick. It's cool. Alright, we got it. Checkpoint. We're outside again. Looks like we got a... Is this like a red coin hunt, or what? Maybe it's just getting to the pipe. Just a little, reset. What exactly is going on here? This like, oh, the moon. We use the moon to, destroy these guys, and the reset is just there so that, you don't see that much use of moon, I'll say. And that is kind of an odd use of moon in particular, but it wasn't a bad use of moon by any means. Just, you know, you never expect to have to use the moon. In fact, I'll say I kind of appreciate seeing it, considering, like, yeah, I can't remember the last time moon was relevant in a level I played. So, you know, take that more as a problem with other people. No shade, no offense to other people, of course, but you know what I mean. Like, that's just... it's just a very underused element. And I'm not used to it, and yeah. Let's do this boss. Survival? Or, I think this might be, like, use a bomb to do a thing. Okay, we lost our first life. Ah! We need that power up. Grab that. Then, now then, that blocks the poison piranha from spawning, so we don't have to deal with that anymore. Meanwhile, we just have to survive until that, and then the chain chomp doesn't even get to us before that happens, so we are golden. If you're wanting, like, specific feedback, I hope you already gleaned it from things I've already said. But one thing you can notice there is that, yeah, that chain chomp doesn't get to you by the time that the survival there is over. Not that that was a bad length of survival, just that, I don't know, there could have been chain chomps coming from the other side as well, and then they would be a lot more difficult to avoid. And impossible to avoid, in fact, within this brief window. That'd be like my one note is like, you know, don't usually give this much precise feedback. But you asked for it, so there you go. Good shit, good level. I'm hitting complete. Kohee is up. One last theme park card here, which is that, hey, did y'all hear that Over Texas is opening its new roller coaster next week? Tormenta, Rampaging Run. That opens next week on Friday. That opens next week on Friday, and for my part, I'll say, seeing as I have the season pass and you know, nothing else better to do on a Friday, I think I will head down to the Six Flags Over Texas, try to be there for rope drop on Friday. I guess I will have to get up at a pretty good early time to manage that, especially because there's probably going to be a good amount of people also trying to get their first ride on this thing opening day, but I'm pretty interested. I'm pretty excited. If you don't know, Tormenta Rampaging Run is a new roller coaster about to open again next Friday, so a week from now. And basically it is the tallest dive coaster in America, maybe in the world, I'm not sure. It has like 7 records that it's broken, I think, as far as like dive coasters goes. It's a giga coaster, tallest coaster in that park, and also just like, you know, one of the tallest, you know, it's a giga, I think. It's a very, very tall coaster, and also just like literally the tallest dive coaster that there's ever been. Hey Trebucket, how's it going? So yeah, that'll be next Friday, and I'll say I'm gonna go do that on Friday. As a result, let me say I don't know what's going to happen with next Friday's viewer level stream. Worst case, I'll delay it to like Saturday morning or something, or Saturday afternoon, and we'll do like Saturday afternoon viewer levels, or maybe Saturday. I don't know. Let's figure it out next week, I guess. But probably more likely it'd just be a little bit late, maybe like 8 p.m. Central Time, maybe like 7 p.m. depending on like how long it takes me to, you know, get my fill of the coaster. And other coasters in the park, head on home, get any, like, you know, pictures of the coaster that I want to have ready to show for next week. Pictures of, like, the pavilion or whatever the fuck. Want to have all that ready by the time I'm on air next week, and, you know, we'll see what goes on with that. It's gonna be coming in hot, folks, but I'm looking forward to that. I think that's going to be a fun time, and yeah, that's that. Let me say, by the way, I think after this level, we'll be going to last call for levels. We'll be getting in any last submissions that y'all have. So, you know, start keeping that in mind. The submission you have now will likely be the last. That said, you know, you can replace it anytime, so don't, you know, get panicky. Don't worry. You can replace it even after the queue is closed, so it's all cool. Relax, relax. Here we go. This has 7% clear rate, so maybe these 2 tries will be enough. Let's do it. Ko-hee-hee, you're welcome to confirm at any time, by the way, so you know, all you have to do is do it. This looks like the kind of level where you just hold jump and hope for the best. Very nice, very nice. So far, we are holding jump, we are hoping for the best. I feel like I've seen a couple of these levels just like it in the last couple weeks. Is this literally... Did we already see an earlier version of this level? Seems very familiar, but very cool. Hey, Ko-hee-hee. Very nice, very nice. I appreciate the GG. Did I see an earlier version of this level? I've seen levels like it. I've seen levels like it. This was just uploaded 2 days ago, so it could have been a re-upload. Could have been a re-upload there. Very nice, very good. Thank you, Ko-hee-hee, for the thing. It's a re-upload. Gotcha. We might. I think we did this last week. This one rings a bell. Seriously, I think it took a couple tries last time, but yeah. I'm hitting complete, and next up is 06i, who is here. But before we do that, before we do 06i's level, folks, it is time for last call for levels. During last call for levels, this is the time where I play some of my own levels and show y'all what kind of stuff that I make. And by the way, hey, there's the maker code if you ever need it. Look at that, there's the maker code. Should maybe make sure that appears on screen as well as I do the super world and all that. But for the last like couple of weeks, couple of months here, we've been going for the super world one world at a time. For the first time since I finished the super world, I think. And we're now on to World 6, which is Unmoored Mind, sort of a high concept. This world is filled with weird levels that take big swings and go in some oddball directions. The idea being that this cave world is a little bit of an oddball world, a little bit of a wild card, a little bit of like, you know, a little bit unmoored from reality. Hey Marcus, thank you for the sub. I appreciate the hell out of that. They've been subscribed for 8 months. 8 months? Oh hell. I appreciate that a lot. That's a lot of months. I appreciate the hell out of that. This level, hey Marcus, you came just in time to get your level in, by the way. This level is a Mario 2 level. Yeah, that surprised me as well. This is a Mario 2 level. In fact, the only Mario 2 level I've ever made, and basically in it you have to go into these pipes and do a little bit of like survival with the Panto giving you some crap in the pipes while enemies come at you. Cool stuff. I think it's fun, and yeah, this is the only time I've ever used this power-up. You know, when Mario Maker 3 comes, I'm gonna have to try to use this more often, rather than just once in a super world. Just once in a super world, you know? I love all these cool sections. The poison mushrooms are beautiful, and I love to see them, and dodging them, and the chain chomps, and the Fanto at the same time. That way. Is good, solid fun. And, hell yeah. You have a great channel, that's why I keep coming back. Aw, thank you. I appreciate that a bunch. Appreciate that a whole lot. And, you know, right now, money is, it's nice to have some money coming in, you know? It's nice to have some money, coming in these days, considering that, you know, laid off and all. The severance ran out like 2 weeks ago, and now, about to get unemployment for the first time since, you know, forever. About to be, up for it again. Which is nice, but not that much, you know. Not, something you can live on long-term style. But helps. It'll helps. Yeah, I wasn't aware, but, I appreciate it. I appreciate all that support. For sure, for sure. You did a bunch of sub gifts on the birthday stream, and that was a hell of a thing. A lot of the reason why we're able to do and obliged to do a bunch of big streams in this month is because of your generous support. And you know, let it be said that I appreciate the hell out of that. This is not this is going to be a little bit close, but not that close. Okay, we're done. We're out of here. We're safe. Still have to get through the door. Fortunately, Phanto fucks off pretty far. You don't have to worry. This was an edit to the level, by the way. This level started out with just being able to go to the right and the checkpoint being optional, I believe. But I eventually did put in a wall to make it so that you have to go by the checkpoint and you can't miss it. Structurally, that's just where the checkpoint made sense to be placed. Before the power-up, basically. Well, before the Shellmet power-up. One last Shellmet power-up. And one last big pit. In this case, you can, you're, you know, Phanto on the run. It's cool. It's good. It's a good bit. You can get an extra mushroom there if you have time for it. I'll say this world has some long levels in it, so I appreciate y'all's patience. It'll take me maybe longer than the previous world to complete overall, but there are some nice fast ones and some relatively slow ones. Like I said, these ones mostly go for high concept and like some cases where you'll have to solve some puzzles in some cases. This is the one fork in the road. You're on the broke side now. Had to buy a ticket to Sweden to see your mom. Dang, that's a bummer. Hope your mom, hope that goes well, Marcus. Hope you know, the treatment goes well. They have single player in Sweden. That's good at least, you know. On chemo and radiation. Gotcha. Or at least, you know, it's not like America, right? It's not like bankruptcy is super duper likely, you know, in the event of that sort of medical situation. This is a level, by the way, based around the falling and rising and falling tide. And it is set up in such a way where bah. This level is set up in such a way where there are some high-risk, high-reward strategies you can do to, like, get ahead of the lava. You know, like in cases like this where you're waiting for a bit. Fuck. Ah. I just took off my headset. I'm hearing, like, a weird noise. It's probably like kids on scooters on the sidewalk. I probably should just not listen and relax. There's some high-risk, high-reward ways where you can get ahead of the lava tide and, you know, cross some of these pits by, like, jumping on the squids. I'm using up all my lives poorly. Let's do it safely now. This level is a fork in the road in the super world. Whoop. Where, this level is a fork in the road in the super world where you can do this level, which is relatively challenging and will require some amount of patience sometimes, or a high amount of, like, risk-taking, or you can go the other way, which is a longer level with like some classic ghost house style puzzles to solve. And, you know, yeah. Idea being that, you know, if you want it to be hard, you can do that. If you want it to be fast, the faster way is this way. Also, at this point, my levels always introduce new ideas around the halfway. At this point, it's fishes that cannot be jumped on, but can be fireballed to death because they're covered in poison stuff. And that's about it for the subworld, and that's about it for the level. I'm quite happy with this one as well. It is, I think, one of the more difficult levels of this world, and of the super world overall, but yeah. You want this super world? Yeah, it's my super world. Do ! Level code, and it should show up. The level code, my level code. It's also in, like, the Twitch bio. I do recommend my, my super world, by the way. Yes! It's in, like, my Twitch and YouTube descriptions. It might be LC for level code. One or the other. Sorry. I should really make it so both of them would work. Or maker code. Maker code would be it. Sorry, maker code. Try maker code. That's it. The repeating message says it. This is the ghost house puzzle level I mentioned. And, you're gonna have to spell maker code right to get it. The whole gimmick of this level is that you have to go, find POWs and keys, and, yeah. Is it maker code? It's something. Is it LC? Is it... I forget what the command is. Check... What does the repeating message say? 1 second. Do ! Commands. That'll be in that list. Just do commands. I should make it so that any of those work. Honestly. Apologies. It's also just in the... If you scroll down, there's a bunch of commands. Commands, plural. In this case, you have no way to get into that door, and you have no key. But, oh, there's French code. Maybe Super World? Maybe Super World. One of those must have it. So here, the basic concept is that these pipes sort of lead in a big circle, and you have to smuggle an item from one side, one part of it, to earlier, to, there it is, to, get what you need to get the key, and also to get a POW that lets you get into the door. There's, 2 loops here, basically. Another series of, puzzles to solve after the checkpoint, basically. In this case, I won't fuck around here. I know what to do. In this case, in the third room that you go to, what you need to do is go up here and jump on this guy. And then he's gonna blow through the wall, and then you'll go through the wall, right? Not quite. A bullet bill will go through the wall. Bit of a jump scare there, isn't it? Now you have a bullet hat, which you can use in one of the earlier rooms, so, go around the loop. You can also shoot guys with it, which is pretty good. Fuck. Well, if that isn't mildly inconvenient. We gotta go all the way around the loop now. Again, but, it'll be fast, it'll be quick. Gotta be careful about ghosts. Yeah, I do have a lot of likes, it's true. Like, thousands, My levels are quite well regarded. Quite well received. People like them. I don't do much to promote them other than, yeah, like 17K, that's correct. That is the number. Going on 18 soon, is it close to 18? I feel like it's been at 17 forever, but, Mario Maker 2 has slowed down over the years. With the bullet, the helmet, you can break through this wall, And then, thank you for the Mario Maker follow. And now there's a passageway that opens that gives you to, back to this room. And, you now can get the, this hat. You can now get the Goomba hat, which lets you get into this door. And there we go. The finale. This is the finale here. For the finale, you find out that this whole time, all the rooms in the subworld have been on top of each other, stacked in this way. And it is, in fact, a great big reverse Squeals on Wheels. That's right, a reverse Squeals on Wheels. And you followed the Bonsai Bill upwards, and then, end of the level. Lovely little ghost house. I think it has enough cool, trippy things about it, and enough of a couple puzzles to solve. Like I said, on account of it being puzzle heavy, I made it so that, you can skip this level by going the other way, but, I think this level is quite good, and, there's really no call to skip it. You don't have to. You can play every level. Last full-on, you know, full-length level, and this is a odd one. This is a, this is the auto-scroller, and, Brave Gauntlet. And this one in particular was inspired more by, like, DKC3, or DKC minecart type auto-scrolling more than, like Mario auto-scrolling. So it moves really fast, and, you have to be pretty fast to keep up with it. Though at least, you know, not super duper fast. You have some wiggle room, but not, like, plenty of time to relax. You know, you always have to be somewhat on your toes. On your toes here. You're gonna play it on your, you got a 27-hour trip on Sunday? Nice. Also, hey, in the subworld, turns upside down. One of the, evil twists this level has is like, okay, all this relatively simple platforming under pressure, now you have to do it, upside down. This takes what would be otherwise pretty straightforward, platforming, pretty straightforward level design, and makes it pretty harrowing, especially here when you start having to do jumps of faith and trusting that the thwomp is going to switch it over in time, which it will. It will do that. Don't worry. But, yeah. Do I like New Super? It's alright. The original New Super? It's not as good as the other New Supers, but, as a franchise, I don't have a problem with it. And oh yeah, by the way, one more evil thing. One last evil trick. Off-screen platforming while upside down. How many other people do you think have made the player do off-screen platforming while upside down? Not enough. Probably a few, right? There's gotta be someone who had that evil idea and actually put it into a Kaizo or something, right? There has to be someone who had that idea and put it into a level that was actually hard, right? Right?
Oh yeah, Mario time.
Do not find this level and give it to me. You can if you want to. Actually, I'm fine with that. I think it'd be neat to find. And finally, like the other world level 5s of my super world, the last, like most of the level 5s of my super world, this is a 20-second level, nice and quick, and in this case, you have to go through a swing section without losing your frog. Blech. You have to go through a swing level without losing your frog. It's a little difficult, I'll say. Ugh. Okay. It's a little difficult, but I'm gonna play it safe. And, make it nice and quick. And then you get a star, and then you're only, at risk of being crushed at this point, which is nice and, fun. Also, the star lets you, you know, finish the level. See? Finish the level with the star. And yeah, it took less than 20 seconds. It is a 20-second level. Confirmed, confirmed. You don't have to do it in 20 seconds, but you can do. I was glad to get that castle theme into the super world. I like that castle theme a bunch. Also, Night Dark was in there for a second in that level. It's a good one. Definitely crosses a few checks a few boxes that otherwise would not be in. Can you try the level you sent? I will. All right, folks. That's last call. I'm closing the queue up now. We got 4 levels left in queue. We got 4 levels to go. Let's do them in a nice, orderly fashion. I am realizing now I don't have enough cards to. I have too many cards. If we do 1 per level, so maybe we'll do like 1. Maybe we'll double up in between like this level and the next one. I gotta talk about a bunch about the things I've been working on in my free time and how that's going. That's the next topic, by the way. Godot stuff. Let's play this level. 06I confirmed before last call for levels, so it's good. Let's go. Let's do this. Let's see what we got, and then I'll talk about how the Godot stuff is going and where I'm. What my next thing I want to do on that front is. I got a bunch to share. Actually, I kind of shared a bunch of it in the Discord already in that Godot/game development channel, but I also want to say it on stream. I always want to say it on stream in addition to saying it in text. And look forward to that very, very, very soon after this level, which will be nice and normal. This level has indicators for thwomps too. I like them. Did the last level also have similar indicators, 06I? This from like the same maker or something? Similar use of empty P's to indicate danger. You're not sure? Possible. Might just be coincidence. A lot of people use indicators. Hell, even I've used indicators like that before. I see that Lawnmower didn't get in one more time, so I guess we're done on Lawnmower's level for this stream. Kind of a shame. Was hoping to get one more stab at it. I'm sure if Lawnmower, if you come back another time, and I'd love to keep on working on it, you know? I feel like I'm close. And also, I feel like that was a damn good level, and I'd like another. I'll say, I think we made great progress. I think we're just inches away on that level. Guess we'll see it probably next week. Hopefully next week. Hey, you know, if that dude's around next week, love to do that again. I suppose it is worth noting that like someone can submit a level on someone else's behalf if they want to. I guess if like you really if folks at home wanted to give me another chance at that level without necessarily the involvement of Lawnmower, but kind of feels right for the person to submit their own level generally. But no, and I say that as playing 06I's level, who 06I has long since run out of levels and mostly submits others on other people's behalf. That's cool, and I like that a lot. It is, I think, different if the viewer in question actually watches the stream, you know, actually is a viewer, you know, versus like, you know, this creator maybe never would know who I am. Depend, you know, maybe. I'm doing all right. Maybe they would eventually, on a long enough time scale, with the right level and the right timing. You know, if they're looking for a viewer level stream on Friday, or you know, if I end up doing it on another day, you know, maybe. Who can say? Who knows? Have there been cases where people have come in and someone else has just happened to have submitted their level before, so I played it? I suppose it's possible. I mean, I think when, like, Barnstormer came in first time, I had played a bunch of Barnstormer's levels through, like, Reddit. Through, like, Reddit level sharing. So, you know, low-key, I recognized Barnstormer, recognized his level. That's happened a few times. Barnstormer is just, like, the most, still active example of that. Consistently still, tunes in a lot of the time. And therefore is the best example, and the one that most people would, recognize from previous, submissions. Remember, he was here last week, and a lot of weeks. Hell, if Barnstormer shows up now, you know, I do like to do it where I, open the queue for people who are just arriving. So, like, Barnstormer could totally get one in, and then I could, do my cards in a nice, orderly fashion. See what happens. See what happens. Nice room. I like that room with the on-off and the P-switch. That was a well-done room. Marcus, are you already in there? You're already in there, Marcus. You're good. Use replace if you want to switch out the level, though. Use replace if you want to switch your current code for that code. The level you submitted has a 40% clear rate? Oh, then we'll definitely do it then. I'd be surprised if we didn't. Stranger things have happened. You use replace to change out a current level for another level. And don't remove because you won't be able to get back in, but you know. There you go. Perfect. Beautiful. Did we get a checkpoint? Not sure if we got a checkpoint here, but be nice and careful. And then, bah! I think we got, did we get a checkpoint? Yeah, so we're down 1 life right now. I think. I might be wrong. Did we? Yeah. No, this is the boss. This is the boss. We're good. We're good. That level has a 40% clear rate. Gotcha. Nice. New one or the replacement or the replacee? The one getting replaced. In either case, it's cool. You can always do whatever you want. I won't stop you. I can just fireball this guy. Not anymore. Quicker to just kill him normal style. With the floor. Alright. Solid little level 06i. I liked it. Nice traditional fare. Nothing wrong with that. Nice and simple, nice and clean, fun. That was a joke? Neither level is over 2%. Ah, okay. Cool. Well, you can always tell the truth. I don't mind. I don't mind a hard level coming down the pipe. There's nary a time where hard levels aren't coming down the pipe. Hard levels are always coming down the pipe. Pretty much always. Pretty much non-stop. I'd be surprised if ever there's a case in a viewer level stream like this that there's not 1 or 2 real motherfuckers in the queue. Jumper just emoted, just did a thing. Very nice, Jumper. I see that you are here and good. Before I type in this code, though, let's do the next card. And basically, it's time for a Godot update. I would like to talk about the project I've been working on for the last couple of weeks here. I've been working on my second Godot project for the last couple of weeks, and I think I might want to just move on to the next idea now. Here's the thing. So, I've been working on this, 1 second. So, last couple weeks, I've been working on, like, a idea that I had for, like, a 3D platformer slash RPG hybrid, where basically the idea is like, oh, Mario and Luigi style, control two characters and dodge enemy attacks, but with a whole, like, open plane to run around in and jump around in rather than being stuck in place. And, well, I started the other day getting in some enemies with that, and I realized after I tested the first pattern that I got going that, like, oh my god, it's kind of hard to run around with two guys at once and avoid, you know, even relatively simple patterns with two dudes at once. It's kind of overwhelming. And I'll say I do think that this might be a thing of iteration. It might be a case that, might be the case that, like, you know, hey, you know, just implement a simpler pattern for enemies, and then, you know, you can jump over, you know, in this case, like, instead of spiraling around, instead they go at you, or at one bro or the other bro. They're crabs now, by the way. They go at one and then the other, and then they go at the other one. And that's a little bit more manageable, but, like, I can't help but think, like, okay, is every enemy that you design in this going to be such a tightrope to walk? It is also my second Godot project, and the first thing I've made in 3D in, like, since I was a college grad, like, 12 years ago, so maybe this isn't the best time to be making a high-concept, you know, Mario and Luigi Banjo-Kazooie clone, Banjo-Kazooie hybrid, but I do think the idea is cool, but I think that there are enough issues that I want to move on, and like, I think maybe it'd be good to shelve this, and you know, it might require some real redesign as far as, like, making it more manageable. There's also other issues. Like, one issue that there is with it is that because the two dudes are, like, hooked up, you can't really have moves that move one dude to the side without the other dude also moving to the side. So that kind of really limits, like, what you can do as far as, like, moveset goes, as far as, like, control goes. So, like, maybe it would be better if it was just, like, one bro, if it was more like Bowser's Inside Story or something, where it's like, okay, you have one dude and it can, you know, it can do, like, the shield thing that Bowser does in that game. You can do, like, a punch, you can do, like, a jump, and all of those options are relevant for different enemies. Oh, and also, like, I'll say, the other thing that sort of gives me pause about these patterns being hard already is that I kind of want these patterns to be like Undertale style, where when you have multiple enemies, they're all attacking at once, and they combine into a bigger, you know, meatier pattern, a harder pattern to dodge, and if already one enemy is already too much, then, you know, how does that go? The idea is effing cool. I agree that the idea is cool, but it might be enough, it might be too much for me, and it might be overwhelming, you know. A lot of things can be solved in iteration, right? Like, a lot of things might be a matter of iteration, but, like, if getting every enemy is, like, a super iterative process that takes, like, 100 different designs, and, you know, this is too overwhelming, this is too simple, this is too nothing, this doesn't require you to move around at all, this is too easily jumped over all the time, you know, that tightrope just might make it a little bit unfeasible. And, I think I might want to table it, honestly. There's another thing, too, which is that the design of the I have right now, like, you can see in this. There's another thing that I might want to kill in any case. I really like this design here. With, you see how these guys are doing double jumps using cannonballs that, like, shoot them up a little bit, and, also fire downwards. Inspired by, you know, Astrobots. How the double jump there is also an attack downward, and also Banjo-Kazooie Mumbo Mania also had a move that was like that. That's a Banjo-Kazooie fan game in Dreams. I really like that design, but it makes it really too easy to jump over enemies, one, and two, if this is to be like a combination of like a RPG and a platformer stuff, you know, when you're doing the platformer stuff, and you're jumping over gaps, and you're, like, using the cannonball to get across them, and, wouldn't the cannonballs, like, engage with enemies? What do you do if the cannonball hits an enemy down there, and would you make it start a battle? A battle with an enemy you didn't see? Would you make it so it stuns the enemy? That would make it really trivial to just avoid all battles. And I don't know about that. It's like, I think I have to kill this idea. At least insofar as, like, its use in a combination RPG slash platformer, you know. Maybe good idea in general, but not in this context. You gotta kill your darling sometimes. I think that darling, in any case, is going to get killed. Marcus is real supportive of the idea. Let me tell you though, I'll say, I got a, I have a new idea. I have another idea that I'm sort of getting increasingly more interested in right now, which is that, well, first off, I should say that, like, I'm pretty new at this, so, like, honestly, like, rigging it up so that the RPG stuff and the platformer stuff and the, getting, like, basically 3 different games working in one probably would be pretty difficult. Probably would be pretty difficult for me as a new developer and also currently alone in this. But, like, I'll say I have a new idea, which is that, this dude. I have a... Basically, the idea that I have right now for this dude is I call this, I call him, Single Cell Dell, or maybe Dell the Cell. I don't know. And my idea is, take Banjo-Kazooie, right? And put in Kirby 64 ability combinations. Make it so that, you know, you're doing Kirby stuff and getting, like, you know, a couple dozen different abilities and using them to solve puzzles and, you know, traverse world and do a bunch of cool shit. I feel like gameplay-wise, that would have a lot of potential. I feel like Kirby 64's main gimmick is, terribly underused. And I feel like also just fundamentally, like, yeah, no, starting with just one basic gameplay thing to implement that doesn't require, like, tightrope walking, literally is just, you know, it's Banjo-Kazooie. I know what Banjo-Kazooie should feel like, although, like, you know, stack on, like, 20 abilities on top of that, I don't know. All those will require iteration, I'm sure, but, yeah, it's not like I'm making something that hasn't been done in any form before. It's not like I'm in a frontier up a creek. I think that idea is really exciting, and I honestly am kind of curious about just 3D level design in general, and, like, Banjo-Kazooie level design in general, and I think that would be a cool way to get into that. Also, like, you know, you could literally not have it so that not every combo has a combination, has a move. You could have it so that, like, oh, you know, this level only has grass, steel, and, you know, only has, like, 4 types, or 3 or 4 types. And then the only combos you could do within that level would be those ones. So if there wasn't a level with, you know, a particular combo, you wouldn't have to actually make it. That said, I do think probably you would be looking at, like, probably like 6 or 7 types, like Kirby 64, maybe a little less than Kirby 64. You're gonna be honest, that first game seemed so cool. Yeah, well, you know what? I'll do a YouTube short of me talking about whether I should move on, and we'll see how the feedback goes. Maybe there'll be, like, a bunch of people telling me, no, 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 don't move on. I also do wonder, like, is like, moving to one dude, would that be a manageable compromise? You'll play any game you make? Oh, thank you. I did. There is, like, the first project is on itch.io right now, and it's still there. You can go find it. Should I be linking that in every VOD description? I probably should. That is something I should probably do from now on. I know a lot of people who play that game. The Mario and Luigi or the Kirby 64? But yeah, that's the next idea I want to do. And honestly, right now, I'm more excited about Kirby 64, Banjo-Kazooie, and hell, I'll say, I can definitely go back to the other one in time. I have a long life in front of me, and, like, hell, like, I feel like it's an idea that's cool enough where when you tell it to people, they get excited. I feel like, you know, if I eventually had, like, a team or something, maybe other people would be excited and, like, figuring that out with me, and, like, making that work. I don't know. I'm just saying. Oh, also, like, I think that doesn't look so good, so I screwed around with the shading settings in, like, Godot, and that made it a little bit harder to see, like, the hard edges. I don't know what Kirby 64 does, where you don't see the low poly edges so acutely, but, I would like it to look a little less, ray tracy, I guess. A little less, a little more smooth, while still having a low poly aesthetic. Anyway, potentially, you know. Let's do it. Wait, I didn't look at the clear rate. Let me look at the clear rate. I'll say, like, as far as other choices go, there is the third option, which is just make a 3D platform, or a 2D platformer. Like, 2D platformer, I think, would be pretty easy. This is Jumper's level. This is Jumper's level. Jumper is the next one up right now, Marcus. You're coming up. You're like, I think, the last one in queue. I think a 2D platformer would be a pretty easy thing to make, considering that I have, Oh, cool. I need to release the button mid-fall there. Nice, nice. I've, you know, spent so much time making in Mario, I pretty much know how to make a 2D platformer level. I don't know how to make a 3D platformer level, conversely. But honestly, like, the fact of that is that I'm kind of more interested in making a 3D level for the first time versus, you know, figuring out doing more 2D. That said, like, if none of these ideas work, I'm sure a Donkey Kong Country type 2D platformer would be something I am entirely capable of, music and visuals notwithstanding. Let's do this. Alright, we're getting it down, we're getting it down. I hope it would do really well. I agree that it would be really cool. You know, you want your game ideas to be cool as hell. And, yeah, this one seems familiar. I think we saw this, last time. Did we, Jumper? I remember this level. Seems, maybe it got a re-upload or something. Let's do it. We gotta be more on the ball as far as that one goes. It is a dope idea. I agree. I need to double jump on that guy, hit the switch, and then throw as soon as I'm jumping over. Okay. Okay. So sort of pull back when we get to that fight! Okay, that's why the indicator is there, by the way. Whew. We're almost out of lives here. Almost out of tries. Fuck! Dang, that went fast. You think that game idea is better than Mario Kart World? I do think there's a lot to figure out, though. I think there's a lot of hard work ahead. And just, you know, like I said, in my initial playtesting, it seems like it's more overwhelming than I expected. But it is a cool idea, I agree. It just might need to be reworked from... It might need a lot of rework. And the idea is fantastic, I agree, I agree. I was so excited when I came up with it. And I'm still pretty excited now to put up a YouTube short with the idea, and at least take credit before moving on. And at least, like, I'm sure people will go like, holy crap. That might, I'm hoping that short goes viral. I would like it if that short went viral. I hope so. I think it would be a great game. And I think people would love to play it. That and the cannonball gimmick. Explaining both that and the cannonball gimmick, like, killing darlings and is this game together. Those two, I'm gonna whip up over the weekend, and there'll be content, and I'll get some more feedback from that, and we'll see. Maybe this will be good for channel. Maybe this will be good for my self-esteem, and good in a lot of ways. Thank you, Jumper. That was that. Let me go ahead and hit dismiss. Gobi Plays is up next. Gobi Plays just said Q. Just check the queue. Excellent timing, Gobi Plays. How do you know when it's time to move on project-wise is what the next card says. And honestly, I kind of think I already covered that in I honestly do want to know, like, how indie developers or developers in general just know when it's time to move on. Do you wait until you have a full vertical slice? Do you just get something playable as fast as possible and say, like, oh, this isn't quite feeling right. Okay, I'm out. You know, in Mario Maker, I'm always pretty quick. In Mario Maker, it's always an iterative process for me of just, like, trying out things, you know, and seeing, like, oh, does this feel good? And just remixing those things and trying different elements and different combinations until I find things that work good, and then I build a level around the things that work good. But that's a level. What about a game? What about, like, basic gameplay? What about, like, basic mechanics? How does that work? When do you know, like, okay, nuke it? Or do you just, like, continue noodling and going out and out and out? And, you know, in that way, you just, like, continue iterating and continue changing the game. And in that way, you know, that's like how Star Fox Adventures went from being Diddy Kong Racing 2 to becoming Star Fox Adventures Dinosaur Planet, basically a Zelda-like, from a racing-like start. You know, at what point do you start fresh versus just iterating, killing darlings along the way, and twisting, changing as you go, as you try to find the fun? I don't know. I'd like to know. If you know, tell me. Please. I'd honestly be curious. Like, how it works in the real world. How it works as far as, like, full games go. As far as, like, big ideas go. I'll also say one last card related to the Godot stuff. I really would like collaborators, honestly. I don't know I can do it all alone. Like, honestly, I do want collaborators. I would like to recruit some people, and, you know, if this is to be, you know, I've said before I got laid off last month. I would love to be able to be an indie developer, like, full-time. I would love that to be the thing. I would love that to be my career path, and to be able to say to all the fucking big companies out there, screw you guys, you're not hiring ever again, you're gonna be laying people off for the rest of a time? Well, I am beyond that now, unless I get bought by Microsoft, in which case all bets will be off. You know, I would love to be able to say that, but I don't think I can do it alone because I cannot make music. I cannot, I'm not that good at 3D design. I'm not that good at like textures or pixel art or anything of the sorts. There's a lot of stuff that I personally am not super good at. Here's my opinion. Keep working on it. Don't rush it. You'll try it out anytime. Thanks. Though I do need to eventually figure out a way to make money and, you know, have as close to employment as I can manage. You know, that is an all the time problem, you know, considering. If YouTube, Twitch, and indie game development could work out in the next year before the economy recovers, before, like, AI crashes and there's call for engineers again, like, you know, I'll say, like, I would love to be able to, that to be the thing. You could send money to help. I hope that there's a lot of people who could do that, or otherwise support in whatever fashion available. You know, that would be rad. That would be great, but, you know, we'll see. Got a year to prove it. Or maybe, you know, we'll see. Like, if I could get other people involved, maybe it could be more of a side thing, like the streaming. Maybe even after I had, even after I could manage to find employment. I don't know. Maybe I could do something like Uber on the side. In any case, I definitely want to try to make some contacts, try to figure out some people who can, like, handle some of the stuff I really cannot. Like, you know, I cannot do 3D. I cannot do music. I can program. I'm pretty good at programming, albeit I've not done any programming before in video games. I've only done stuff in boring engineering, you know, at big companies, multinational motherfuckers, which is much more boring, much less interesting, and strangely enough, much less demanding. You'd be surprised, but like, corporate engineering is some of the most straightforward shit half the time. I mean, I say it's straightforward, sometimes it's complicated insofar as like, you know, working on big products and big systems that have been around for 10 years that are convoluted as shit. But it's not, you know, you're not building anything interesting. Generally. At least I think so. I can't imagine someone whose life ambition is to be like genuinely, oh, let's make the industrial application, or let's you know, I can't understand someone who's interested in like business to business type software. Your little brother is a software engineer for Bank of America? I got laid off by JPM Chase. That's a coincidence. That's just where I got laid off from. It was a pretty good gig until it's he hates it. I didn't mind. I didn't mind JPMC. I think I heard my dad say, my dad is like was a recruiter before he retired. I think my dad said that like this I think I replied to like Bank of America or something at some point, and my dad after after that application didn't go nowhere, he's like, or those interviews didn't go anywhere, he was like, okay, good. Actually, I've heard bad things from the people who I've recruited for them. They seem pretty uptight, is what he said. They were pretty chill at my last company until they did layoffs, at which point, you know, I don't have a job no more. And suddenly I you know, I mean, I'll say I was doing pretty alright for the last 2 years. You know, I do have a bit of a buffer. I can hang on for a bit. I do have time to prove myself before I have to, like, you know, move in with parents or anything undignified like that, but it sucks out there. You know? And, like, as much better paid as I was for the last 2 years, I still cannot afford to retire, I think. Not necessarily. No. I can afford this year to be a wash, but like next year? I don't know, man. Rent, it's the silent killer. Can I afford one Cedar Point trip? Yes, I think I will. It helps if I put it in context. Let me put it in perspective. One Cedar Point trip probably will cost around a week of rent. Oh, that's pretty good perspective. Okay, I will trade a week of rent for Cedar Point. Sure, fuck it. You know, 1 week of rent probably is not gonna make that much of a fucking difference in the grand scheme. I need a little something to make my emotions better. You know what I mean? I need to see the world a little bit, enjoy myself. Between my the last time I was in between jobs, I went on a vacation right away, before I had time to really think about it. That was smart. It's much less smart to do it like 4 months in, when you have time to go like, wait, is this a good idea? Of course it's not. It's a little bit, but you need it though. And like, when else are you gonna have as much time as you want to just do fun things? I said before, when I was freshly unemployed, that like, on some level I don't really believe in corporate America anymore. On some level I believe that like, you know, you get into those jobs, they're looking to lay you off as soon as they can. They're looking to end you as soon as they can, and that will never change. You know, AI could bust, there could be huge call for engineers in 2 years, and still, soon as they can, they will institute layoffs. They will do it again. It is just their nature. And I hate that. I really do. Sorry for the tangents over the level, Gobi Plays. Hope you still enjoyed seeing the level played. Difficult thing, isn't it? Wait, this doesn't have a... Are we doing the helmets for that? I think I miscounted. Did we do... Were we doing, we definitely miscounted because this has 0, so we should get the helmets. And also, I don't think we randomized the bonus heads, so I believe we still owe 7. I think we're 7 short, so we'll just do, we'll do, these heads in particular, I guess. Or actually, I'll do the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Here we go. 7 left. That we won't count that one. We won't count that one. This level's really hard, by the way. Pretty precise and pretty demanding. The fact that the first and only power-up we found so far requires you to do a very precise Koopa throw and then catch it before it falls into the void is pretty tough. It's pretty tough. We'll see what we can do. We'll see what we can do. We got 7 tries left. You know, I just gotta have faith. I gotta have faith in us. I have to have faith in this. Fuck! Seriously though, this time we'll have a power-up. Honestly, working without the power-up kind of made it that jump a little more doable, kind of. I am playing viewer levels Rage Bird. If you want to get one in, hang on, let me I'm gonna presume you want to get one in, so I'm gonna open it up, and this is just for Rage Bird. This is just for anyone who's just joining us now. Get it in right now, and I'll close it up behind you. Fuck again. Fuck, fuckity fuck. Get it in now. Quick as you can would be appreciated. Though, you know, if you don't have one, that's also fine. Exclamation point add to get that in there. Exclamation point add to get in queue. See the pinned message there. There we go. Excellent. Let me close that up now. But 4 tries left. 4 tries left. This is the lightning round, by the way, so we have limited tries to do all the things. What is that Twitch emoji? That's like the default happy face emoji, I think, is what you're talking about. I suppose you did like a colon parentheses and it replaced it as such. This time we're getting the power up. Yes! Good! You know the best thing I have seen? Europeans, they hate America. They come here and don't want to leave. Yeah, I mean, it's not great over here. We don't have single payer. It's, there's a lot of things not to recommend America-wise. And also, you know, our standing must be pretty lowered considering, like, what just happened with the fucking, you know, the fucking war that we just lost. Talked about a bunch earlier up top. Talked about the war we just lost. About the best outcome we could expect after things went so tits up. But, you know, it would have been better to not do a horrible big war that destabilized the whole, everything. You don't think we lost? We lost. We're the ones paying out, and it was, what they're giving is stuff that the Obama got them to promise for free, basically, or for, like, a fraction. If the goal was to get this deal, that's, I'm sure we could have gotten a better deal before all this, and, yeah. They declared war, 1979. That is true. There have been on and off wars with them, but, you know, it goes without saying. It was kind of a blunderfuck this time, and, yeah. At the very least, hey, now that it's over, hopefully things will start getting better, and, hopefully, you know, that 300 billion. What else were we going to do with it other than funnel it into the war economy? I don't know. Whatever. There have been bombings and stuff all the while, occasionally. Yeah, well, you know, agree to disagree on that front. We did about as well as we could have done, I think, given the circumstances, given the leadership, but I don't think we got what we were looking for in any... We'll see what happens, you know, it's not over yet, technically. There's still a chance for the deal to be blown. And, you know, yeah. Honestly, part of me, I'm just saying this. I'm sure on some level this is more just of like a settlement, you know? It's just like, okay, well, look, we're out of money and you're out of infrastructure. How about we just don't do the war anymore? How about we just don't do the war anymore? You were in the Navy? My parents are in the Navy as well. I'm sure they have a different opinion on it. But, I think the best thing we could have done is, like, disengage now, and that said, I feel like they're in a stronger position now than they were before the war, so, like, you know, as far as, like, beating down Iran goes, it was all quagmire. All quagmire over there. Anyway, enough about that, I know. They are not stronger, but they have a better position as far as the Strait of Hormuz go. They could beat us economically, whereas, and the fact is that you can control the Strait with just like basically, thank you for Jugobi, by the way. The fact is, you can control the Strait with just like drones that are cheap as shit. And the reality is, just like with basically bombs, but drones that cost about as much as cars, they can threaten traffic and impose fines, and basically it is not economical to stop them. And we found out the hard way all that was true. Like, maybe there's hope for, like, you know, there is hope insofar as, like, well, now we need to upgrade our drone programs, I guess. You know, now we need to go to Ukraine and ask them, like, hey, what's up with the drones? You guys got really good drones? That's my understanding of the situation. Agree to disagree. On some level, we can just say, like, you know what? At the very least, the price of gas is gonna go down now. I hope. Yeah, okay. The level you submitted will be likely the last level you'll make for a bit. I gotcha. Iran did do anything to win? They held out, is the thing. That's our problem. All they needed to do was hold out, and they did do that. And, yeah. Hi, Christian. How you doing? Agree to disagree, you know? I know that politics are a thorny matter. I don't bring it up every week for a reason, but I really hate this war. And, I feel like part of the reason I was laid off is because the war tanked the economy, you know? Literally, I think I blame literally, I blame where I am now on that shit. And I think a lot of people feel the same way. Admittedly, things have been going bad for a while, even outside the war with AI and AI layoffs and all that. But still, that was like the hay on the camel's back. Christian, if you want to get a level in, let me know. Currently the queue is closed, but I am always down for reopening for a new viewer such as yourself. Let me know. Anyway, that's enough politics. Let's get away from that. I think all that shit is very interesting, but and more than anything, I'm just looking at this shit going like, man. Okay, you know, at the very least you can say about all this shit is that I think that the midterms are in the books at this point. That was not a good productive move midterm-wise, what just happened with all that stuff. What the hell's going on here? Every time I hit down on the pipe, I'm going down it. I need to go under there. I need to still have at least have a mushroom, so I can't get small. This is a catch-22 of a level here. Real catch-22 of a level. Yeah, we can have different opinions and love each other. That's true. Hey. Did I do it? No! I need to do that on the first try. Also, do I need to do that on every try? Do I need to keep my... Is this a one and done? Anytime I take a hit, I won't be able to go the distance? Yes, sir. Yeah. Anyway. Have to get through it. Very true. I think like a good standing jump into a slide will do the trick. Politics are a real sticky wicket, but, you know, I do think they're interesting. Yeah, I think once we fail to get through there once, we're pretty much cooked. Though maybe we need to get through all the way, because we're gonna lose our fire flower, and then on the second one, we have no wiggle room there. Though then again, maybe the second one isn't a slide under. Maybe that one's just you just go under at that point. Only have to get through it with the mushroom. Okay. Cool. We have 5 tries. We know we can do it! We just have to... do it on the first try. Practically. Mostly. And the second try is just for fucking gusto. It's just for... God damn it, I could do it. It's just for... Well... Let's see if we can slide a little farther. In which case... maybe we will be good. But who can say? I will say the thing I'll say about politics, especially insofar as the war goes and other topical crap, I'll say, you know, the thing about it is it affects all of us, especially right now, in the midst of a downturning economy. You know, we all kind of need a really good economy right now, and you know, yeah, more politics, you coward. I'll never be ashamed for the things I believe in, you know? I'll always say them, but... And you know, I'll say, like, obviously, this is Pride Month. I'm all for pride. Pride, you know? The LGBT, the identity politics... Oh, okay. Now, what? So there's 3 ways to go forward from here. Let's see. So down there, up there, we just have to do some very precise wall jumps. There we have to sort of like edge around. The Marcus is recommending left and up. Okay, let's do up left then.
Oh, no.
That's tight. You cannot crawl in this style. No, that's just 3D World. Is that the case in the actual games themselves? I wouldn't be surprised if it was the other way. How is it in Wonder? I don't remember. And obviously, I'm anti things such as layoffs, and I'm generally pretty... I have a general dislike of corporate America, I would say, at this point.
Oh, no.
And I feel like looking around at all the layoffs happening everywhere all at once. It's hard not to be, you know? And it's also short-sighted, you know? Honestly, I feel like all these companies would be better off in the long run cultivating talent and you know, cultivating people. Instead, they're just so willing to be like, oh, I want to get out of America. America is too expensive to make games in or make software in or whatever the fuck, you know? Oh, I want to, like, get rid of half the people working on this because we have to spend more on AI. Or even worse, we've already spent so much on AI, we can no longer afford any people anymore. It's fucked up. Officially, I'll say, you know what? We'll meet halfway here. We'll meet halfway here. The Iran war was a draw. We couldn't win. They couldn't win. The best we can do is get out of it, and you know, neither side can probably afford to have this go indefinitely. We could afford to have it go indefinitely left, so we made them a deal that was pretty generous, I would say. It'll cost a little bit more and we'll be better off. Well, if you're not... People in America won't be able to afford things if they're not paid money. And then people in America won't be able to buy things, and then the consumer market, the underside drops out. So, it's all fucked, basically. It's all fucked, basically. Let me go ahead and hit dismiss. Thank you for the level, Marcus. That was quite good. Did you already do a refresh this time? You can do a refresh. It's, I think you haven't done a refresh this stream. You just arrived, right? You're tuned back in? Right. You'll be good for it, Rageboard, but, Marcus does have a sub incentive. We should, wait, did I pop... I'm not sure if I was I supposed to pop that peach, or did that peach was there yeah. Hey Ragebird, how you doing? I'll give it one more try here. I think I miscounted. Feel free to refresh our lives with that sub incentive, Marcus, if you so please. We'll have a number more tries. If you do. You're coming up. You're really soon, Ragebird. Just a minute. Just give a minute. We did take out all their infrastructure. And yet, was it worth it? I don't know. One thing I've heard from, like, someone who went... I like the podcast. I like the streamer Atrioc, and I like his podcast, Lemonade Stand. And he and his homies, his group, his dudes, went to China recently, and they talked to someone there who was talking about all the spending they do, and they basically were saying, like, you know, hey, they spent tons and tons on all this fucking infrastructure and all that. But at the end of the day, we have all this infrastructure. You guys, at the end of the day, what do you got? A bunch of bond buildings in a country you'll never go to. Great. Is that really, you know, personally, I'd rather have the infrastructure. I'd rather have jobs. I'd rather have, you know, anything, really. You just got back from Iran? Oh, I see. I'm sorry to hear that. Or I say I'm sorry. Thank you for your service. I guess that's what I'll say. I'll say no shade at the foot soldiers, you know, no shade at, like, servicemen. You know, I understand that things are tight. I understand that, like, you know, you don't control, like, what the agenda is. I understand that much, and I also understand that it is a very dangerous thing to do. Yeah, thank you for your service. My parents were also in the Navy, so, you know, in a time of, like, you know, it was like the 80s when they were, so it wasn't, I don't think as much was going on at the time, so, yeah. But, yeah, I was born while they were still in the Navy back then. It was, you know, they got out, like, when I was 1, basically. It was a whole thing. They were stationed in Spain for a while. Not exactly a terribly dangerous place to be. I'll admit, not a dangerous place or nothing, but still, you know, they served, and, yeah. You defend this country, so, yeah, I got you. And I hope, you know, that casualty-wise, you know, definitely casualty-wise, we did good in this war. I'll say that. Casualty-wise, we probably killed, like, hundreds of them for every one of ours that got hit, if any of ours got hit. I don't think that many of ours were, like, involved in, like, had to be deployed such that, there was too much danger, comparatively, but, at least, you know, obviously, maybe it's like ships, I guess with Navy, y'all were definitely deployed. That must have been, scary and shit. I'll say. Again, thank you for your service. I'm hitting dismiss. Let's do the last level of the night, which is Rage Board. Also, I'm realizing that I forgot to, there's actually 2 cards left. One is that, hey, I've been rewatching The Office. I got to Goodbye Michael. I'll say, at the end of, like, season, 6, I was sort of feeling a little bit down on it, and feeling like, oh, you know, I feel like season 7 just doesn't have the juice anymore. I will say, as Michael, got ready to leave, I feel like it got good again for a bit. And now I am, past all the parts that are good, and I am thinking like, well, should I keep on going until it gets really bad? I maybe could. I haven't seen any of the stuff, like, in season 9, or that much fast, like Michael leaving, and, I think it at least would be interesting. Yeah, I love The Office. The first 6 seasons, the first 5 seasons are, like, immaculate. The 6th season is, like, pretty good. The 6th and 7th seasons are, like, they have their moments, and, after that, maybe stop watching. It's damn good. And, low-key, I am wondering what I should watch next. We were talking earlier, Full Metal Alchemist Brotherhood is a pretty good option. I kind of like the sound of that. I also could get into, rewatching all the Pixar movies. That was something we were discussing, like a month ago when I was rewatching all the Disney movies. And, yeah, lots of options. If y'all have thoughts, my favorite show is Shameless. Have you ever seen it? I've not, no. My favorite show, I think, would be The Sopranos. I love The Sopranos. Let's do it. Golf minigames, 0% clear rates. That means we get all the bonus heads and the thing. Let's go. Shameless. I tend to prefer... Well, it varies, but, like, I'm always more interested in, like, a safe bet. If we're talking a show that I haven't finished yet, I do need to watch the rest of The House. Started that a while ago and haven't finished it yet. I would maybe like to finish going through House. It was pretty good up to the point where I dropped off. Season 4 of House was really feckin' fantastic. Really loved the hell out of that. Breaking Bad or The Simpsons, those are 2 good choices. Simpsons is fantastic. Personally, I've always been more of a Futurama man. But Simpsons also, I was a big Simpsons man as well. I love both of them. Shameless is better than House? What's it about? Is that, is it like, actually don't know that much about Shameless. What's it on? What streaming service is it on? You know, I'm always, as far as, like, new shows go, I am always looking for shows to watch with the folks, with the family. And, like, on Saturdays when I go over and hang out with them. And, you know, there's always room for a show like that where none of us have seen it before. Currently we're watching Andor, which none of us have seen before. That's the current thing we're, watching. It's not a family show. Man, I've watched Sopranos with my family. We're a cool family. Well, I guess not if the nephew is, not if they're babysitting nephew. That's, well, I mean, we'll see. I think we watched some amount of like, what is it? We were watching, Succession. I think we watched some Succession with the baby there. But he was like baby-sized at that time. He wasn't really understanding things, the nephew. He wasn't really getting what was going on, / maybe he was napping at that time. He has like a nap. He has like an early bedtime, I think. Here we go. Actually, just send it over. I think just send it over. No, we gotta bounce it once. I understand. It's just that my family's always been pretty cool about that. We've watched HBO, you know, watched HBO as a kid. The only question is like, you know, the nephew, and that's like, nah. If we're watching stuff for him, it's gonna be stuff like just, you know, some, you know, the shows that they got now. The Paw Patrol is, yeah. You get very unlucky if that part doesn't like you. That could happen if you're watching stuff with a family, you know, and you know. I mean, one thing that can happen watching with family is just like, you know, they might not be interested at all in the show. I got them to watch like most of Buffy the Vampire Slayer, but we fell off of that. They weren't really, I'll say like, you know, once we got to like the bad parts of Buffy the Vampire Slayer, it was very much like, okay, well, you know, hey, if you guys aren't liking, if Once More with Feeling doesn't really do it for you, maybe it's just a generational thing or something. Maybe stand right here. That time it seemed to go faster. Sometimes you get unlucky if that part doesn't like you. Oh, maybe it's let's restart then. Maybe that part glitched out. I'm gonna say that part glitched out then. Thank you for letting me know. Yeah, something was weird with those springs, maybe. Or am I misinterpreting? Did I need to restart there to get everything back on track? Unclear, unclear. You want a funny show? Netflix show? Sure, something funny would be nice. I am currently The Norseman. Family friendly. The Norseman. Not heard of that. Is that the one where it's like set in like Norse times? I think my folks put on like one episode of that once. It's alright. I'll say I bounce off a lot of shows. Not every show is for me. Honestly, I don't know what it is. It's more easy for me to get into anime these days than like live action. There's a lot of like recent shows where I've just you know, not gotten into them. Whereas like anime-wise, there's loads, you know, there's tons. There we go. That time it worked. 4 seasons? No anime. I like anime though. It's how I spend my time. It's how I spend a lot of my time. My free time. The thing I like about anime, well, one thing is that it looks good and it's fun and it's good content, you know, it's good entertainment. The thing I think I really like about anime is that every weekday, there's always a new show on. There's always a new episode of something. Usually like 3 to 4 somethings that I want to watch. Maybe like 1 or 2 minimum. But, you know, there's just, every day I have something to look forward to. I get up in the morning and I say, ooh, it's time to watch the show. Or, you know, maybe after doing some stuff. I should really do stuff before I watch anime, but what are you gonna do? This is a really cool, yeah. This precise part is only recommended to do things in only one shot. You'll really enjoy Norseman. I love Arrested Development. I do love The Office. I've not watched a lot of sitcoms. I liked Seinfeld. Got into Seinfeld last 5-10 years. Seinfeld, once watch that with the family, you know. Seinfeld's fantastic. I think I really, I feel like I was a little cold on Seinfeld at first. I feel like I really came around on it in the end. Seinfeld's real good. I'd put Arrested Development and The Office and, you know, Parks and Rec is another one I haven't watched in ages that might be ripe for a rewatch. Parks and Rec, really loved that at the time. I wonder how much that ages, Parks and Rec. Or how much it is just still really good. You will have to see, you know, opinions have turned on Chris Pratt in the last 10 years. You know, honestly, I really don't know, like, what's the deal with his church or whatever. Honestly, it's like, okay, well, it's not like he's Tom Cruise, right? It's not like he's out there, like, you know, evangelizing. He just sort of seems to believe some stuff in private that, maybe he also donates to that. He probably donates as well. Probably, there's probably some stuff that they, work towards that's, you know, issue. I assume that's all is... I'll say, like, as far as Chris Pratt goes, I don't really know, like, how big of a deal to make of it. But, yeah. You would say that, the humor is very similar to The Office, but Vikings? That's cool. That's good. Is it one of those shows that's, like, originally in Scandinavian? I might be thinking of a different show that was more of a drama, that was sort of a, was sort of like that, but I remember it being on Netflix, so maybe it was The Norsemen. I don't know if there's that many that are, like that. Or weird I have to drop off to get the ball to, respawn, but, that's it. That's the last one, and now we can do it. Now we can go. You're welcome, Rage Bird. For playing, I got that. I understood. GG, thanks. Hell yeah. That was the last level of the night. If I get a Netflix subscription, I'll consider watching Norsemen. I watch Netflix with the folks because I'm sure I could get my sister to put, to pay the thing where they could share or whatever, but it's all fine. I can manage. I watch some stuff with them. It's cool. It's good. Don't worry about it. Don't worry about what streaming services I have and don't have. That's just a good rule in general for anyone out there. I have a bunch of them, and that's enough. Thank you, Rage Bird. That was fun. That was good. That's it for the, that's it. Oh, complete. There we go. Emptied. Done. Folks, that's gonna do it for tonight. That's gonna do it for tonight. That was the last level of tonight, and, it is now time to end and to, wrap up. It has been a fun night. It has been a good time. You followed earlier. Appreciate that, Rage Bird. Let me say, it's time to end, and therefore it's time to, pull up the schedule and all that. Next week is going to be another slow week, mostly, as far as, like, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday. I'm gonna take it easy. Originally was planning on doing Sunshine Randomizer middle of next week, but then I noticed that Deltarune Chapter 5 comes out the day I had that planned, so yeah, I'm gonna do Deltarune Chapter 5 off stream and have a good time that day. And oh hell, that's gonna be so good. That's so exciting, isn't it? Shit, that's next week. Next week's gonna be a pretty damn good week between Deltarune and new roller coaster at my local park. That's gonna be pretty damn good. What was the thumbnail, by the way? Did you like the thumbnail? Yeah, it's a good thumbnail. It's a shell. I guess it's like the green. It's like a hole. I'll show. There. It's like a green. It's like a hole. Let me do more info so you can see it bigger. let me like get out the way. It's like that's like a golf putt, I guess, and that's like the green, and that's like the sun. The green is the grass, and the thing on the left is the putter. Because golf mini games. Yeah, it's good. It's good. It's a good thumbnail for the thing. Anyway, this weekend got a big stream planned, which is a double header. It's going to be Grow Home and Grow Up. Those are two 3D platformers that are from like 10 years ago. I think Ubisoft did them. I forget. The important thing is that they were very well received. I never played them at the time, and they're each about like 4 hours long from what I understand. So that stream, we should be able to do both of them in a single stream. Now, if they go long, we might have to split it up into 2 VODs or something, you know, 12, maximum of 12 hours each, but suffice it to say, we will beat both of those games on Sunday, starting at 2:30 Central. So that'll be a bit of fun. Then, on Monday, more DK64 101% continues. Last time, we got about like, I think a little bit over 40 golden bananas in of 201. We beat 2 of the hardest things in the game, DK Arcade and the first Beetle Race. And I think we have, we'll see, you know, next time we'll see like what we see. We'll see next time like how many other tough customers are in our way. There's definitely some golden bananas I had trouble with as a kid that are coming up in Factory and in Gloomy Galleon, but we'll see what goes on with that. If you're looking for more viewer levels, it'll be next Friday at 6 o'clock Central as usual. Maybe, actually, let me put an asterisk on that. I am going to be going to Six Flags that day to ride on the newly opening roller coaster that opens that day, so I might be a little late. Depends on when I get back from Six Flags. Don't expect it to be more than like an hour or 2 late, but it might get rescheduled all the same. Okay, but then that weekend, following weekend, there will be Sunshine and then Randomizer, I guess, maybe. We'll see. I gotta see how hard that is to set up. If it is hard to set up, I might do something else instead that stream, or maybe later that next week. I don't know. I have ideas for streams. There's a lot of streams coming up. Exciting times, fun times. You can see the calendar version right here. Wow, look, it's the calendar version right there. You can see it drawn up. Yes, Sunday, Monday, and then Friday, and then Sunday again, and then Monday again, and then Friday again, and then there'll be something on this July 4th as well. A lot of things coming up that are exciting and fun, and I hope y'all will tune in for some of that. Hope y'all will hang out and have a good time. I am let me send the Twitch people somewhere. Let me send them off on a little bit of a raid. Let me see who's going right now. Let me see who we got. Who's live? Who's playing video games? I'm going to send you off to Grub. Grub. I'll say, it'll be, there's more streams until I go to Six Flags and check out their new roller coaster. I'm not Grub, Tokoda. I'm gonna send you to, Mike Minotti, who is playing, Beetle Adventure Racing for the first time because Jeff Grubb recommended it. And he said the title of the stream is It Better Be Good Grub. Yes. I played like a minute of Beetle Adventure Racing on my AYN Thor, following Grubb's review of that, so let's see. I'll send you over there. That sounds good. Alright. Didn't mention it because I didn't spend too long on it, just like 10 minutes. It was a bit of fun. I don't know. Good night. Good night. I'll see y'all on Sunday, then Monday, then Friday. Give your love to the VOD, also to the short form content, and I'll see ya this weekend. Good night, folks.